Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradipta, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreating. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreating. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreating, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreating. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Aduh, kayaknya lemes banget ini ya. Oke, hari kedua ya tentunya sekali lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu. Senang sekali tentunya di kesempatan siang hari ini saya Artika Amelia dapat kembali hadir menjumpai Bapak Ibu rekan-rekan semuanya dan mungkin juga pemirsa yang sedang menonton tayangan ini via YouTube channel ISI Yogyakarta. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat datang di acara International Workshop Audio Recording 101 and Commercial Audio for Workspace yang diselenggarakan oleh Program Studi Produksi Film dan Televisi Fakultas Seni Media Rekam ISI Yogyakarta bersama Mitra Studi PT Kairos Multijaya. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan yang sangat meriah. Baik, tentunya setelah kemarin kita seharian mendapatkan insight yang sangat luar biasa dan hari ini tentunya banyak sekali yang nanti juga akan disampaikan oleh narasumber kita. Dan seperti biasa, agar acara hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar, kita akan berdoa bersama-sama sesuai dengan agama dan kepercayaan kita masing-masing. Let's pray together to start our activity today. Pray begin. Amin, berdoa selesai. Baik, sebelum nanti saya ingin mengundang untuk narasumber yang telah hadir di kesempatan siang hari ini. Boleh dong kita semangatnya terlebih dahulu. Masih ingat kemarin tepuk-tepuknya selamat pagi, selamat siang dan juga selamat malam ya. Biar tidak ngantuk semuanya di sini. Coba dong tepuknya untuk selamat siang, selamat malam, selamat pagi, selamat siang, selamat malam, selamat pagi, selamat siang. Oke, tepuk tangan untuk kita semuanya. Sampai dengan saat ini terlihat memang semuanya masih fokus, tapi kita nggak tahu sampai nanti di jelang maghrib, jelang berbuka puasa. Dan silakan juga untuk rekan-rekan semuanya bisa menuliskan pertanyaan. Jadi sudah disiapkan terlebih dahulu kira-kira apa saja yang nanti akan ditanyakan oleh narasumber kita. Tapi sebelumnya tentunya workshop ini diselenggarakan oleh program studi produksi film dan televisi Fakultas Seni Media Rekam Isi Yogyakarta yang berkolaborasi dengan mitra Studi PT Kairos Multijaya, yaitu perusahaan kontraktor independen dan distribusi yang mengkhususkan diri dalam sound system design dan desain akustik ruangan untuk meningkatkan kinerja sistem aura dan kejelasan ucapan. Ada beberapa produk juga yang didistribusikan oleh PT Kairos Multijaya, antara lain Allen & Heath, Audio Technica, Focusrite, Innovation, dan lain-lain. Dan tentunya saat ini Kairos ini juga sedang mengembangkan produk karya anak bangsa dengan merek Silvercrest. Hal ini merupakan perwujudan komitmen kepada Indonesia sebagai merek yang memiliki kompetensi dan juga selalu mengedepankan perkembangan ilmu dan teknologi utamanya dalam audio. Boleh dong kita berikan tepuk tangan yang sangat luar biasa untuk PT Kairos Multijaya. Baik, tentunya hari ini yang hadir tidak hanya akademisi, kemudian juga selain itu mungkin ada musisi juga, ada mahasiswa juga, atau ada siswa juga, SMP, SMA ada juga nggak yang hadir di sini? Enggak, tapi ini hal atau kabar baik juga untuk rekan-rekan semuanya karena PFTISI Yogyakarta juga siap menerima mahasiswa generasi kedua di tahun ajaran 2024-2025. Jadi silakan saja yang punya teman, saudara, adik, kakak dan lain sebagainya. Atau juga untuk Anda pemirsa yang sedang menonton tayangan ini pengen masuk ke ISI, khususnya di PFTISI Yogyakarta boleh banget. Nanti untuk info pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id atau juga bisa cek akun Instagram @pft.isi.jogja. Jadi silakan kalau misalnya pengen tahu lebih banyak informasi tentang PFTISI Jogja bisa lihat di webnya. Dan hari ini juga kita masih sama seperti hari kemarin. Boleh saya tahu kemarin yang sudah dapat door prize-nya yang mana aja nih? Gak datang, jangan. Oh udah dapat. Kemarin dapat apa Pak? Dapat kaos. Hari ini pengennya dapat apa? Apa aja? Kalau nggak dapat gimana? Oke, saya ingatkan kembali kita door prize-nya luar biasa juga. Ada t-shirt eksklusif dari PFT masih akan kita berikan untuk teman-teman semuanya. Ada juga 4 buah mikrofon Audio Technica ATR 1300 Dynamic Microphone. Dan juga grand prize-nya yang sangat luar biasa. Kita nanti kasih tepuk tangan ya. 1 unit Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 Classic yang nanti akan kita undi di akhir acara. Tepuk tangan dong. Semoga yang semangat sampai dengan nanti adalah orang-orang yang beruntung. Kita nggak tahu nih kira-kira yang mana ya. Semoga yang menebarkan aura positifnya ataupun berdoa ya dari sekarang cuma diem aja, zikir, doa. Siapa tahu nanti dapat hadiahnya di grand prize. Baik, tidak masalah. Tapi inilah yang ditunggu-tunggu untuk kita saksikan bersama tentunya. Yang kita akan mengundang untuk pemateri kita yang juga sudah hadir di depan kita. Welcome back tentunya Mr. Chan Jinfu dan juga Mas Karuna Madu Sudana Atmaja. Harus kita sampaikan lagi ya. Mr. Chan Jinfu ini adalah Manager and Professional Audio dari Audio Technica Southeast Asia. kemudian lulusan Singapore Management University dan telah memiliki pengalaman lebih dari 20 tahun di bidang audio. Kemudian Mas Karuna, ada sebelah kirinya Mr. Chen Jinfu. Beliau ini adalah Engineering Depth and Tech Support Departemen PT Kairos Multijaya. Kemudian seorang profesional System Engineer dan Mixing Engineer. Kemudian juga System Engineer di Sumberia di bidang festival, kemudian production lokal, internasional juga seperti Festival Java Jazz, Synchronize, Sondrenalin, kemudian Hammer Sonic dan juga acara pemerintahan serta aktif juga membawakan training dan juga edukasi di bidang audio engineering rumah ibadah, sekolah dan juga universitas. Wow, luar biasa sekali untuk narasumber kita. Tepuk tangan dong ya. Oke, kayaknya masih kurang semangat dong. Oke, sekali lagi semangatnya untuk kita semua, semangat pagi. Nah, lagi puasa ya? Harus hemat energi ya, sudahlah nggak apa-apa. Tapi setelah ini harus fokus ya. Harus fokus mengikuti acara ini sampai dengan selesai. Karena di hari kedua ini kita akan berbicara tentang commercial audio for workspace. Langsung saja kalau begitu Bapak Ibu hadirin dan juga rekan-rekan semuanya. Ini dia untuk pemateri kita Mr. Chen Jinfu bersama dengan Mas Karuna Madusudana Atmaja. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan, give applause.
Okay guys, alright, can we switch? Right, yeah, cool. Okay guys, welcome. This is my first time into Jogja, so it's a very interesting experience. Alright, so let's start. So how many of you are system integrators here? No, yes, no. Okay, so how many of you, okay, so what's the crowd like? Are you guys, because I see a lot of professionals here, so where are you guys from? Like, what do you guys do?
Kalian teman-teman kerjanya apa aja, asalnya dari mana aja? They are from various backgrounds, but mostly like audio enthusiasts, like
Okay.
musicians, FOH engineers, stage crews.
Okay. Nice. Okay, so today we are going to talk about commercial audio. So not like yesterday more fun. Today a bit more boring. Okay, so please bear with me. Okay, okay. So you wait, just to check. You guys have seen the brand introduction already? Yes, no. Most of you, yes, right?
Brand introduction kemarin
Sudah ya, awalnya di awal slide.
Okay.
Hari pertama.
So I will just skip, not important, skip, not important. You guys seen this before? Okay. So we will need to do this. Okay. Let's play that. Okay. I always like to use this video because it's very relevant to all of us.
All right, let's play a little bit of a game here. Imagine you're shooting a film or video and you have a choice to make between really good video quality and really good audio quality. Which do you choose? You'd be surprised how many people actually choose really good video and how this could probably be to their detriment. And we're going to show you two examples. First, really good audio but really terrible video. So you can see with really terrible video how you can follow what I'm saying, how you can get into the story despite the fact that the image has been degraded. Directors will use this creatively, like the Blair Witch Project, which is like an hour and a half of really terrible video, but the audio is so good you can follow the story. Things change drastically when we switch that around.
Suddenly, with really bad audio, it's hard to take what I'm doing seriously. It's hard to take this whole video seriously. And to get through something like this that's even 5 minutes is painful. This might work maybe with action cams if the content is really good, like a skydiver. We kind of forgive that for a second. But for an actual film content, you can't pull this off. It's terrible and it's unwatchable. And it's only unwatchable because the audio is terrible. So I'm going to switch things back for the benefit of all of us.
You can see how having good video and good audio is so super important. But if you had to choose, you shouldn't have to choose, but if you had to, maybe good audio is what you should be choosing.
Okay, so question. How many of you have off the video call because the audio is bad?
Ada berapa yang pernah matiin video ketika video call karena kualitas videonya jelek?
Everybody, right? Because you can't hear the other party. You're like, don't waste my time. I will WhatsApp you. Correct? So it's very important. I would say today's sharing is about commercial space, which is also your personal audio, your video calls and everything, and why do we need to plan properly to make sure you have good audio. Okay? So that's why it's a bit more boring, but I'll try to make it a bit more interesting. So, of course, commercial audio, I guess everybody here, the purpose of commercial audio is more than just microphone and speaker. All right, they are designed to meet your business need, be it in the school, be it in the corporate boardroom, or be it in the huddle room, meeting room, even your own personal workspace, you also need good audio, correct? So right now, commercial audio include planning for hybrid workspace, your meeting room, huddle room, to personal audio for meetings. So like maybe in the university or in the corporate, sometimes you also need to buy the microphone or the headset for your staff to work from home. All these are important things that everybody need to take note of.
Jadi sistem audio komersial yang profesional ini berbeda-beda kebutuhannya untuk masing-masing workspace atau tempat kerja yang beda-beda juga. Dia adalah setup yang kompleks, yang rumit, yang tidak cuma terdiri dari speaker dan mikrofon saja. Jadi tujuannya mereka punya sistem yang kompleks dan punya karakter yang beda-beda sesuai dengan workplace-nya ini adalah karena mereka punya peran masing-masing yang berbeda untuk memberikan atau mendeliver sound yang clear, yang jelas untuk tiap-tiap tujuan dari workspace itu sendiri. Mungkin dari bikin pengumuman sampai bikin musik background untuk pertemuan, untuk rapat, untuk seminar dan juga lokakarya mungkin. Dan komersial audio juga termasuk untuk merencanakan workspace yang hybrid seperti ruang pertemuan maupun untuk rapat personal audio begitu.
Okay, so we'll go through these few categories for today. Alright, so what is personal audio? Okay, very simple. Personal audio is the most simple but the most neglected because everybody, when you talk about personal audio, my laptop has microphone, correct? My laptop have speaker, boleh? But if is the laptop mic, boleh or tak boleh? Really? Boleh? Really?
Kualitasnya maksudnya.
Okay, so one thing, right? For me, I feel that the laptop mic, most of the time is tak boleh because it's omnidirectional. If you're in the room and then you listen.
Okay, this is the laptop mic. Let's see whether it pick up the ambient sound.
You see? If you're in the cafe, you try to use this, tak boleh. If you're in the pub, you want to use this, tak boleh. You're in the library or in any workspace, got noise, got people gossip, also tak boleh. Correct? You will pick up all the wrong things that you don't want the other side to hear. Okay, how about AirPods? A lot of people also use AirPods for the meeting, correct? But after that, what do? You take out the AirPod and you put the mic here because the other side cannot hear you. Correct. This is what I do also. I mean, it is good technology, but because the mic is here. Guys, can you hear me talk now? Tak boleh, right? Correct. You can hear me because I'm projecting, but the mic is here. How to make yourself sound good when the mic is here? Correct. Of course, this is an exaggeration, but the AirPods mic is here. How can you make your voice sound good when the mic is here? Think about it, okay? So, okay.
Sudah cukup jelas sepertinya. Okay, continue.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so of course, we will do some comparison of the sound. Okay, now I record the laptop audio in a clean environment, okay, in the hotel room. No background music, okay?
This is the sound of the laptop microphone in a hotel room.
Okay, normal, right? This is the normal sound that you hear, right? And then we use a better mic.
Okay, check 1 2. Alright, this is the sound of my voice through the AT2020 and the audio technica interface.
You get a lot more body, correct? And then I try another mic over here.
Okay, this is the sound of the AT2040 on my voice recorded via the AT audio interface.
Of course, my voice not so good. Okay, I'm not professional in emceeing. But most important thing wise, right? is that a lot of time when you do your video call, everybody will say, guys, I think we need to buy the light, can see better, right? But have you thought of buying a mic to let them hear better? Okay, remember yesterday, right? You have the mic closer, you get proximity, you sound more like a DJ. You sound more authoritative, correct? Do you want to sound like this or you want to sound like this?
This is the sound of the laptop microphone in a hotel room.
Correct. So this is the key thing. Whenever we are doing a video call, especially right now, if you're calling into another person's office and they have a room sound system, do you want to sound with authority or you want to sound like this? You guys have to decide. Okay. So this is just food for thought. Okay. I'm not taking the knife to force you guys to buy new product, but this is something you guys need to consider. When you sound good, people can focus on you and you're not distracted. If you sound like a real DJ, even better. You can convince the customer more. Okay, so this is what we talk about in psychoacoustics. When you sound good, people tend to believe you more and hear you more.
Jadi ini adalah sebuah penggambaran yang cukup yang sebenarnya cukup simpel tapi ada sedikit melebih-lebihkan. Misalnya ada di setiap laptop itu pasti ada webcamnya. Mungkin kalau sekarang laptop berapa sih? 720p, ada yang 1080p. Dan webcam di laptop itu memang dirancang untuk membuat kita terlihat jelas dengan ketika waktu kita melakukan video call. Sehingga lawan bicara kita bisa melihat kita dengan jelas. Tapi ada beberapa orang sih di antara kita yang mencoba untuk bukan hanya terlihat jelas tapi juga terdengar jelas. Sedangkan tadi sudah ditunjukkan di slide yang sebelum ini bahwa untuk merekam audio di ruangan yang tidak steril,
This
yang
is the sound of the laptop microphone in
Yeah.
a hotel room.
yang banyak noise-nya tadi seperti di slide sebelumnya sangat tidak jelas. Itu pun tadi setelah di slide ini yang pertama di gambar yang ada laptopnya itu yang di sebelah paling kiri, itu sudah di ruangan hotel, di kamar hotel, sudah banyak turun noise di sekitarnya, suaranya bisa lebih jelas, tapi bagaimanapun juga tetap yang terbaik adalah yang menggunakan mic eksternal yang di sebelah kanan, di bagian tengah dan kanan. Okay?
Okay, guys, just denote why it's right. The laptop is in hotel room. This one is in my office, and I got people talking behind, but you cannot hear it, correct? This one also in my office, and people were gossiping behind me, and then you cannot hear it because of the isolation. I use the pickup pattern to isolate.
Jadi ini perbedaannya dalam in terms of audio quality ya, ketika kita menggunakan mikrofon yang ada di laptop atau mikrofon yang memang didesain untuk itu. Jadi kelihatan jelas bedanya. Ketika kita berbicara dengan customer atau dengan klien atau whatever it is, ketika mereka mendengar suara kita kualitasnya seperti di audio laptop tadi, bayangkan itu kita sendiri. Jadi mendengar suara yang klecep gitu kita juga nggak enak juga. Apalagi kita pelaku bidang audio. Pelaku bidang audio berbicara melalui video call dengan klien atau siapapun itu, tetapi kualitas suara yang dihasilkan atau dikirim ke lawan bicara kita kualitasnya seperti itu. Jadi
Tidak
di sini
meyakinkan.
kita harus bisa memilah-milah, harus bisa memutuskan, harus memilih seperti apa.
Okay, so this is a summary of what we have just shared. Okay, so most important, right? The basis of good audio. Use the pickup pattern to isolate the voice. All right, so if I'm talking in this way, that's why the other two mic didn't pick up the rest of my colleagues because I used the pickup pattern. I cancel away the noise, okay? And then after that, if you know that your office have many loud people, then use a dynamic mic, don't use condenser. Don't pick up so many of the ambient, okay? And keep the mic close to the source if possible, then you reduce all your ambient. Of course, you know, if you have the budget for the USB interface, like the Focusrite, is good. But if you are traveling like me, like a lot of you will be traveling all around anyway, right? So use for a USB mic is easy to set up. Just plug it in, use it. After that, keep inside your bag. Don't need to bring so many cable. It's easy.
Jadi kita kembali ke basic audio di mana kita tahu yang namanya polar pattern, kemudian dynamic dan condenser. Jadi kita bisa memilih, memutuskan jenis mana yang kita perlukan. Kemudian untuk pelaku audio, pelaku perfilman seperti yang rekan-rekan ada di sini, Mungkin traveling, kalau kita punya USB interface is oke. Tapi kan itu tidak sepraktis kalau kita punya USB microphone dengan kualitas polar pattern dengan kualitas sensitivity yang bagus.
Of course, you guys can see outside. So we have the USB version of the 2040. We have the 2020 USB X with an on-off switch also. The USB 2020 SP also have noise cancellation. So when you turn on the noise cancellation, it will remove all the aircon, the projected noise and everything. But if you have the nagging boss, that one cannot remove because it's still a voice. But you also have auto gain control. That means if you have someone who is always loud and soft, this will be the perfect mic for that.
Nah, jadi mostly USB microphone itu punya fitur auto gain juga ya. Jadi untuk menstabilkan suara kadang-kadang kencang, kadang-kadang pelan gitu.
Okay, this is if you want to look like radio DJ, but this one is quite good. But I would say I think you guys may not want to buy this, but if you can use this for your video call, the sound is very cantik, very nice, and very comfortable also. I think it's outside. Okay, so yesterday, right, there are some friends who asked about podcasts. So I actually put this inside instead of yesterday because a lot of the corporate now, even the university, the government side, and all the SME and MMCs are looking towards podcasts as a very important thing. It's now a powerful tool for business and corporates and enterprise and organization to grow your brand, engage your audience, your customer, generate leads and sales, or generate engagement. Okay, so podcast is very important. I think right outside we also have the podcast room for you guys to take a look. But so is a podcast. So a podcast is really like radio, but it's a bit more easy to create. So it's a digital audio segment available to streaming or download on demand. Then you can cover all the topic that you want, but usually brands will shape it to what they need for their marketing effort, or organization or government will use it to shape the need for their marketing effort. Okay, so compared to radio show, which is live, a podcast is recorded. You can edit, manipulate, change everything, VO, add effect, everything. It's a lot more polished. And a lot of people listen to podcasts. Why? When you're driving in a car, you have the traffic jam, you listen podcast. You're running in the gym, you also listen podcast. You're cycling, also podcast. So this is a good alternative. And when people listen to podcasts, they listen to the topics that they want and they learn from it. Okay. So there's of course this is the podcast comparison. There's Spotify and Apple Podcasts, correct? But this is the market share that they have. Right now, Apple Podcasts is 21% worldwide. Spotify is 31.8%. I think in Asia, these two is the highest because we don't use a lot of other podcast apps for at least in Southeast Asia. Then the key thing, everybody like to see this page. Okay, because after Gen Z, they listen to a podcast, they will go to the website, 61%. They want the service, 61%. They want to find out more, 56%. Okay, if you have a promo code, 44% will have used the promo code. Okay, 43% might purchase something after listening to the podcast. All right, or they recommend something to a friend or family member, 42%. Or ask someone to buy the product or service for you, like your kid listen to the podcast, Papa, I want to buy this. Then this will happen. But of course, that also depends on the content of your podcast. If your podcast content is AA, then all this will not happen. So the key, but people find that if your content is good on podcasting, there's a lot more conversion. That's why all the brands and a lot of people are doing podcasts right now. In COVID, we see the rise of podcasts. Although, of course, right now we see, of course, in doing COVID, a lot of things increase, right? Live streaming, podcasting, everything, right? But right now, the trend is still podcast. Why? Because in COVID, you cannot go out, you see video, right? But now we can go out, we drive car, how to see video, so we listen to podcasts, all these are factors that make podcasts still very effective as a marketing tool for everybody. So the key thing is, how do I start a podcast? Okay.
Jadi poinnya sekarang trennya itu adalah untuk menaikkan sebuah brand value dari bisnis yang kita jalani masing-masing itu sekarang trennya adalah untuk penetrasi melalui podcast. Nah, sekarang gimana kita bisa mengconvince orang atau mempersuasi orang pendengar yang di podcast itu kalau kita nggak bisa menyajikan suguhan secara audio yang berkualitas. Contoh, sekarang kalau kita lihat YouTube, ini poinnya maksudnya tuh, kalau kita lihat YouTube, podcast apapun itu, suka bacain komen nggak? Kalau bacain komen dari setiap podcast, berapa banyak yang ngomong, wah audionya jelek, masa ini podcast tentang musik tapi kok audionya jelek. Nah itu salah satu contohnya. Nah trennya sekarang di situ, kita berusaha bergeser shifting ke situ untuk mulai invest ke equipment, mikrofon, equipment yang mendukung untuk kita bisa mensupport cara kita menaikkan brand value kita tadi itu. Nah, kalau dilihat market share-nya tadi dijelasin podcast yang tinggi di Asia mana? Spotify ya. Berarti kan artinya kan memang kita untuk masuk ke segmen itu kita perlu disupport atau kita perlu mensupport kegiatan kita dengan alat-alat yang berkualitas.
Sekadar menambahkan, kemarin setelah acara yang hari pertama selesai, saya ada sedikit ngobrol sama Jinfu dan Mbak Pandan dan salah satu orang teman juga bahwa nggak cuma dari market atau brand aja yang bahkan sekarang shifting to podcast. Bahkan ada banyak instansi pemerintahan yang juga menggunakan podcast sebagai sarana untuk memberikan informasi atau untuk meraih engagement lebih banyak kepada publik gitu. Dan seperti yang kita lihat tadi ada data-data yang sudah jelas bahwa sejak trennya ini dimulai waktu COVID, karena kita tidak bisa kemana-mana, harus yang WFH stay at home, harus di rumah terus, makanya rasa kebutuhan akan menonton atau mendengarkan podcast itu semakin besar. Dan sekarang karena kita sudah normal, kehidupan kita sudah normal, podcast itu tetap didengarkan dengan semakin tinggi, makin banyak orang yang mendengarkan podcast tapi bisa didengarkan sambil naik mobil. Dan karena podcast itu sendiri berbeda dengan radio yang istilahnya kalau podcast itu lebih dipoles, sudah pre-recorded sebelumnya, sudah direkam sebelumnya dan dipoles mungkin di mixing atau di mastering sebelumnya, makanya dia lebih menarik untuk didengarkan begitu.
Okay, so just a fun fact, right? During COVID, I did my own podcast. I did around 120 episodes involving engineers and sound designers and directors and DPs in the whole Asia Pac region. And that was quite amazing. And I grew my brand's Facebook all the way to, I think, around more than 10 to 100K. So this is the effect of doing content like this. But of course, you need to stay relevant to the party that you want. So how do you do a podcast? Very simple. The first thing, right, you need to develop a podcast concept. Why do you want to do the podcast? Who are they targeting? What's the niche market? Or maybe let's say you're talking about university stuff, you can talk about why the student need to do this, or how to choose the right school, how to ace your exam, or how to be less stressed when managing exam stuff. If you're maybe for the government things, some government actually do like taxation, and investment and home planning, family planning, all this kind of thing. All these are very good topics. You just need to find the niche or what you guys can do. Next thing is your format. What kind of format? For example, there are podcasts that you listen to, satu orang, the person only talk all the way, correct? Or sometimes it's a radio show, interview. Or sometimes it's two person, they talk about one topic and then they share and then they may do other things. Or maybe if let's say it's the ISI, what they can do, maybe they will talk about certain things and they bring in a student to perform all this to bring out their popularity. So there's a lot of different format that you guys can do. But the key thing is, if you're first starting out on a podcast, make it easy. The easier it is, the more you will do. The harder it is, you will not do it again. Correct? So another thing is that always take note, after you choose a format, you do a podcast, you need to do enough episodes to make it concurrent and consistent. Why? Because on social media, if you see, only one episode, are boring, correct? But you have more topic and more episodes, then more people will watch because they will carry on. Do you notice that when a new drama appear on Netflix, they always make sure that there's at least 3 episodes for you to watch first? Not 1, 3. Why? They must give you 3, make you hook, then you will continue watching and you'll wait for the next one next week. Okay? This is the formula that Netflix has created. And always take note, the formula that Netflix has created is very powerful because they have done the research. We don't need to spend money to do research anymore. So according to a lot of, I also done the research. So they actually did a survey. If you do a podcast episode once per week, it's like your daily drama or your weekly drama. People will watch and you must post at the same time. Then it becomes like your habit. Okay, always make sure that you create a habit for your listeners so that they will pay attention. For podcast software, I think a lot of us is going to use Logic or Audacity or some of the free software. Most of you guys are audio people, so don't need to worry. I think this is the least of my worry, okay? Of course, next will be record your first episode. Please start first. Then after that, you plan how to market. Then edit your audio nicely. Create your artwork. Make sure it's cantik, pretty, attention tracking. People will go and pay attention to your artwork, everything. Then after that, where are you going to host? You can put on YouTube, you can put on Spotify, Apple Music, or you can even, if let's say, you can do the teaser, the funny parts on TikTok, then ask them to go to your YouTube or to your IG to go and take a look. Why? Because right now, TikTok is not only for dancing girls, it's also for all of us. Okay? Really, really. So one thing wise, right, that a lot of people feel that TikTok is only for the younger generation, but no. Do you know how many people here have TikTok? And because of TikTok system, they forces you to continue watching. So if you're going to do a snippet on your podcast and you're making it relevant for the market that you want, then you will have the high traction, the following and everything. Okay? Then these are a few tips for you guys, okay?
Jadi sebelum memulai podcast ini, seperti yang sudah disebutkan Jinfu tadi, yang pertama adalah konsep podcastnya mau gimana. Tadi Jinfu memberi contoh bahwa misalnya tema podcastnya adalah universitas. Maka yang akan dibahas ada banyak. Misalnya contohnya adalah bagaimana cara mengelola stres sebagai mahasiswa, terus bagaimana cara belajar yang baik, apa yang harus dilakukan, apa yang tidak boleh dilakukan sebagai mahasiswa, misal kayak gitu. Terus kemudian di poin yang kedua di situ ada memilih format podcastnya. Kadang kita nonton di YouTube ya, format podcast ada yang kayak orang ngobrol sendiri, kayak orang monolog. Ada yang orang monolog ngomong ke kamera gitu, curhat. Ataupun ada yang bentuk yang lebih umum sepertinya yang kita lebih tahu kayak model radio show. Jadi ada interview, ada dua orang berhadapan saling ngobrol, begitu. Terus kemudian di poin ketiga adalah memilih equipment, peralatan untuk podcast kalian. Tadi Jinfu bilang bahwa pokoknya bikin awalnya dari yang mudah dulu, yang bikin kalian tidak kesulitan. Karena kalau kalian kesulitan membuatnya, nanti kalian akan malas dan itu akan membuat kalian tidak konsisten. Padahal kalau kalian pengen punya podcast yang dalam tanda kutip sukses, kuncinya adalah konsistensi. Kita tidak ingin melihat podcast yang cuma punya satu episode seperti yang tadi disebutkan, terus habis itu hilang. Yang penting adalah konsistensi podcast. Tadi juga di awal sebelum menjelaskan slide ini, Jinfu juga menceritakan bahwa selama pandemi tahun 2020, Jinfu juga membuat podcast dirinya sendiri. Dia ngobrol soal audio bareng teman-temannya. Itu sampai episode, kalau saya tadi nggak salah ingat, 120 episode podcast. Terus itu membuat reach di Facebooknya naik sampai puluhan ribu begitu. Terus di poin berikutnya, memilih software atau perangkat lunak untuk podcastnya. Apakah yang digunakan mungkin DAW-nya untuk rekaman. Saya pikir teman-teman sudah cukup jelas di poin ini. Terus merekam episode pertamanya. Dan yang tidak kalah pentingnya setelah itu adalah mengedit audio seperti yang tadi sudah disebutkan. Rata-rata podcast itu audionya pre-recorded, sudah direkam sebelumnya, sudah diedit supaya cantik tadi seperti disebutkan oleh Jinfu. Dan yang tidak kalah penting setelah mengedit audionya adalah membuat artwork. Artwork di sini bisa kayak apa ya? Snippet, video pendek, kayak apa ya? Teaser. Teaser itu bisa diposting di sosial media manapun, bisa di Reels, bisa di Story, bisa di TikTok juga. Tadi dibilang juga dengan nada bercanda bahwa TikTok sekarang nggak cuma untuk cewek-cewek yang joget-joget itu aja, tapi buat semua orang sekarang bisa menikmati. Bahkan ketika kamu membuat apa ya, snippet atau teaser yang menarik, itu orang akan kemungkinannya akan lebih besar untuk datang ke channelmu, ke podcastmu dan mendengarkan podcastnya secara utuh, begitu. Oke.
Thank you. Okay. Of course, most important thing, everybody want to ask, but I know money, but I student, but or Park, my company never give me budget, Park. How? Actually, right, you don't need very expensive, don't need very atas equipment to start broadcast. They're super atas, because they're one university. But a lot of the popular podcasts, they use very simple equipment. Very simple equipment, okay? Then, of course, a good podcast mic definitely will enhance your audio quality, make editing easier. But if some people I known, they started the podcast, iPhone. But they go inside their bedroom, make sure quiet, then they record. Because the key thing is we are flexible people, we are smart people, correct? If we can start off first slowly, then when we see result, then we invest. Okay? Of course, please check out all the things that display outside, okay? But always remember, if your room is noisy, make sure you go to a quiet room. Less background noise means you don't need to edit so many things, okay? And next, of course, everybody, wow, Park, I want to buy condenser, Park, singing boleh, very cantik, Park. But if you use the dynamic mic, easier, because podcasting, you talk a lot. And most of the time, when you're doing the podcasting, you record 1 hour, confirm, guarantee, there'll be a motorcycle, boom, and then you, oh shit. Correct. But if you use a dynamic mic, I think okay, boleh. If you condenser, I think later you double it. You need to do editing already. And it's not easy to edit the motorcycle out. I tried many times. You need to buy isotope. Also expensive. So, you make the sense, you go and measure, okay, isotope maybe around $500. Then you buy a 80 mic, maybe $50, or even cheaper. Then you make you decide which one you want to spend. Okay? So of course, definitely if you are going to do podcast, I will go for dynamic mic. But if you have a very good studio, you're very rich, you have studio, soundproofing, sound treatment, everything, all boleh, then you can go for condenser. But you need to use the pop filter, otherwise you have the sound, okay? Always remember, all right? Or unless you train until you talk that you don't have a pop filter. Because when you use a dynamic mic or condenser mic or any mic, always take note when you are on axis, you sound like this, correct? But then when you, the breathing, okay? Breathing. So some people like to, you need to play around with the mic. So if you are holding it in this way, wise, right? See, your breathing is lesser. That's why a lot of time when you do podcast, the mic is in this way. Not because we want to see the brand, okay? Sometimes also we want to see the brand. But it's also because it works to reduce your breathing sound, okay? Always take note, right? When you go to the radio station or you do podcasting, the microphone is like this because when you breathe, it's in the rejection zone. Okay? Very important. So if you do like that, you breathe, the nostril go in to here, you can see all your breathing. Especially when you are nervous, you breathe even more loud. Correct? So always take note of all this. The microphone is the dead thing. You are the alive one. Make sure you change the position. Okay?
Jadi di slide sebelumnya tadi dijelaskan, kalau mau mulai podcast tidak perlu takut kalau belum punya peralatan yang bagus. Bahkan di podcast-podcast yang terkenal seperti tadi yang disebutkan, banyak yang cuma pakai mic dari iPhone dan mungkin kalian juga lihat di TikTok atau mana itu, banyak yang sambil megang iPhone-nya dengan kayak gini. Jadi tidak perlu memulai dengan yang mahal-mahal dulu. Terus yang penting audionya harus tetap terdengar jernih. Karena tadi disebutkan di poin yang di slide sebelumnya tadi, kalau misalnya kalian sudah punya source audio yang jernih, maka kalian tidak perlu repot-repot atau tidak perlu sulit ketika kalian melakukan editing. Tidak perlu tidak perlu takut, waduh di sini kok ada background noise yang cukup kencang, di sini kok ada motor lewat. Tadi Jinfu sendiri bilang kalau dia sangat sulit sekali kalau misal terjadi di belakang, misal kalian merekam podcast yang sangat panjang itu, sudah dijamin pasti nanti akan ada kendaraan lewat di belakang atau apa gitu. Dan itu sulit sekali untuk diedit, untuk dihilangkan. Tadi juga Jinfu bercanda, mungkin kalian harus menggunakan isotope, tapi itu pun harganya mahal, kayak gitu. Terus di sini, di slide yang sekarang ini, mikrofon yang terbaik untuk digunakan podcast adalah dynamic dan bukan kondenser. Di situ dijelaskan dengan cukup lugas bahwa kondenser jauh lebih sensitif daripada dynamic. Sensitivitas itu baik ketika digunakan untuk, kemarin sudah kita bahas juga, misal kamu memainkan musik seperti Dragon Force, kamu Herman Lee dan main gitar dengan sangat cepat, itu cocok. Tapi kalau kamu merekam suara, di situ dilihat ada tidak ideal untuk spoken word, tidak ideal untuk percakapan. Jadi kalau menggunakan kondenser mungkin saya sedang ngobrol gini, nanti di belakang ada suara angin, ada suara kipas, ada suara orang mengobrol juga. Mungkin kalau kamu di kamar ada suara omelan dari ibumu, adikmu menangis, itu masuk semua. Makanya di sini dijelaskan di poin pertama jelas bahwa mikrofon dinamik adalah jenis terbaik untuk digunakan untuk merekam podcast. Yes.
Okay, of course, the next question. Everybody has to ask, right? Park, XLR or USB park? Okay, very simple. Okay, if you have XLR mic, flexible. After that can sell, you buy upgrading. Correct? But USB mic, you buy, you're stuck with it unless you sell and buy a new one. Okay, so very, very simple. Okay, USB mic less expensive. If you're first starting out, only satu orang, then you go for the USB setup. But if let's say you're going to do dual, then you buy two normal XLR mic. Then you can use and start your podcasting. Okay. But of course, you know, the most important thing is to start first. So if let's say your budget is a problem, then you get the USB mic and you can start the podcasting. You can start to record. Everything is easy. But if let's say you want to like do 2-person talk about fashion, 2-person talk about stocks, 2-person talk about crypto, then you no choice. You have to use the USB interface. Okay. Of course, let's say satu orang setup, the most affordable ATR 2100X. If not, there's the AT EDU 25 education package. We have the USB mic, also with the M20X. There's one very good value deal. But if you want to sound a bit bigger, deeper, the 2040 USB. There's also the on-off switch. So when you want to, you can use the on-off switch. Pricing, you have to ask them, okay? Okay, of course, you know, if let's say you want to do a more complicated setup, you can start with the cheapest order, the cheapest and good quality. I will recommend the Focusrite. Why? Because there's two XLR in, but the problem is that the Focusrite only got one headphone out. So how? If you're the one recording, then you wear the headphone. The guest don't need to wear the headphone. Why? Because she's only reacting, he or she reacting to your conversation, right? So they don't need to hear. You just wear. If the person talk too loudly, at least you can adjust the gain. Okay? But if you have the budget and you want to look a lot more professional, there's a Mackie, the DLZ Creator XS, and the Creator with the more fader, with more channel count. So all this will give you more option because you can do a lot more effects. You can do all the pad, all the clapping, all this kind of thing for effects. So this is easier. So that means when you can also use this as a live stream. Means you have your podcast, live stream while recording, and then with all the effects. But if you are using the previous setup or using the Focusrite, if you live stream, there's no effect. It's a bit dry, a bit boring. But that being said, if you are smart, or no, if you go and research on the internet, if you use OBS for live streaming, you can use some plugins for the pad effect. Okay, or you use some of the live stream software. They also have effect for you to do all your clapping sound, your whatever effect sound. All this all can be done. You just need to research a bit more. But the key thing is make sure that your interface, if you spend the money, the preamp must be good and no hissing. Don't go and buy the cheap China one. Then you complain, hey, the AT mic got hissing, bro. No, it's the preamp. Okay, that's why you need to pay a certain amount for a certain quality. All right. Of course, if you want, you can use the stream set or the M series for the monitoring. So this is how you do a simple setup for podcasting.
Jadi tadi di slide sebelumnya juga dijelaskan yang penting mulai dulu aja. Tidak perlu memikirkan akan equipment atau peralatan yang terlalu fancy, yang terlalu mewah, yang terlalu mahal. Bisa menggunakan mic yang koneksinya pakai USB. Tapi itu syaratnya tadi, seperti yang sudah dibilang Jinfu juga, kalau misal pesertanya cuma satu orang. Kebanyakan laptop saat ini, saya juga punya laptop itu, dia koneksi USB-nya sudah 2 pakai USB-C dan USB-A-nya cuma ada 1. Nah mungkin buat mic USB yang membutuhkan koneksi USB-A di laptop akan sangat sulit. Apalagi kalau Mac malah sekarang sepertinya udah nggak punya USB-A juga. Nah, makanya mau nggak mau kalau kita format podcastnya kembali ke awal tadi ya, kita mau format podcastnya kayak gimana? Kembali ke awal tadi, misal format podcastnya ternyata kita ngobrol, ternyata interview, ternyata wawancara, berarti mau tidak mau kita harus menggunakan sound card audio interface. Di sini Jinfu merekomendasikan paling tidak yang murah dan bagus kualitasnya adalah si merah legendaris itu, Focusrite. Saya yakin teman-teman tahu yang itu. Terus barulah kita pakai mic yang yang koneksinya XLR. Karena tadi juga dibahas bahwa koneksi yang XLR mic yang biasa, yang koneksi XLR biasa itu lebih future proof, lebih lebih aman, bisa di-upgrade kapan saja. Misal kamu punya budget lebih setelahnya, kamu bisa tinggal ganti mic-nya, udah tinggal dipasang diganti gitu. Terus ada juga yang setup misalnya mau lebih fancy untuk live streaming, misalnya budgetnya sudah nggak masalah, udah podcastnya udah berkembang, udah makin sukses, listener banyak, subscriber juga banyak, mungkin bisa pakai itu yang mixer digital tadi. Mikey DLZ itu tadi, di situ juga selain bisa lebih banyak orang lebih banyak channel di situ, juga dia punya efek-efek yang berguna untuk ketika kita live streaming begitu. Mungkin Mas Karuna ada tambahan soal teknis?
Saya nambahin sedikit Mas tentang di efek tadi ya. Kadang-kadang terutama kalau dua atau satu orang yang hanya satu atau dua orang yang berbicara. Kadang-kadang sekedar tips aja mungkin kenapa kok perlu ada namanya efek. Jadi algoritma cara telinga kita mendengar itu didesain sedemikian rupa oleh sang pencipta sehingga by nature kita butuh namanya sebuah ruangan. Jadi ketika kita mendengar atau dengar langsung dengan headphone atau di speaker, dengar speech atau podcast atau dialog, penting untuk kita kasih efek apapun itu supaya menambahkan kesan room dari suara yang kita dengar. Jadi kaitannya kembali lagi ke psikoakustik. Jadi dengan equipment yang bagus kita perlu tambahkan efek juga supaya ada kesan ruangan di situ. Jadi kita nggak bosan dengernya. Saya pribadi kalau dengerin juga gitu. Di ruangan ini kalau Anda denger, ini kita hanya speech, hanya mikrofon. Tapi coba Anda perhatikan. Kalau ini saya rubah seperti ini, apa yang terjadi pada suara saya? Ini sekarang saya matikan efeknya, lalu saya buka lagi. 1, 2, 3 halo, 1, 2, 3 halo. Jadi di sini contoh yang simpel adalah di sini saya menambahkan hall, efek hall. Jadi membuat ruangannya lebih terbuka lebar. Coba saya ulangi lagi. Contoh dari sekedar tips. Kenapa Jinfu tadi bahas efek? Karena itu kaitannya ke psikoakustik sehingga kita bisa mendengar makin lama, makin lebih nyaman. 1, 2, 3 halo, 1, 2, 3 halo, ini saya matikan. 1, 2, 3 halo, saya buka lagi hallnya, 1, 2, 3 halo. Nah, walaupun tidak terlalu mendengar, tapi itu merubah konten suara, merubah persepsi terhadap apa yang kita dengar.
Alright, cool. Okay, so I think we will stop about podcasting. Maybe next time we will do a bigger one on podcasting where we get to try more and we get more tips and sharing. Okay, so the next thing, right, for commercial audio is actually surveillance audio. Okay, so this may not be relevant to a lot of people here, but this is relevant for a lot of corporates, especially for banks, hospital, grocery store, all these where they need to have the counter and they need to do the recording of what happened. Okay, so why is the audio important in surveillance for your CCTV? Once you have the audio, you can improve your situational awareness. What's that? That means, if let's say I'm going to punch Karuna, and then there's the CCTV recorded me punching him, but before that he scolded my mother. That's why I punched him. Correct? But if there's no audio, you won't know. Correct? Also, another thing is that when a lot of signs, a lot of government places may have the sign that this place is recording. So with the recording there, a lot of people will not dare to give problem. Okay, then another thing is that if you're doing AI, there's a lot of AI software that do intelligent video analysis with the audio. So if you are using this in prison or in some other places where there's, I will kill you, then they will, alarm will ring, and then there will be security who come and settle the issue. All right, and also when you can hear the security area can listen and find what's happening, and then send out alert or send out the security team to defuse. So in certain casino, they also use the surveillance camera with the microphone, which is also very important because let's say in a casino, maybe the one giving out the card, China. The manager, Filipino. The VIP guest, Indonesian. Everybody speak English, but the English all different style. All right, so how? Okay, so when there's any dispute or any argument, the recording of video is not enough. The audio is is the important one. If there's any accused you cheating or anything, the audio is the one that will save everybody. Correct. Okay, so this one is important.
Jadi itulah dalam hal audio, dalam hal surveillance, kenapa kepentingnya kok sangat penting untuk mengcapture audio dalam sebuah tempat atau dimanapun itu. Contoh tadi Jinfu, ada kamera CCTV, lalu saya dipukul oleh Jinfu. Tapi nggak ada suaranya. Di situ hanya kita bisa tahu Jinfu salah karena Jinfu pukul. Tapi ketika setelah dicek suaranya, kalau CCTV-nya ada mikrofonnya, baru ketahuan, oh saya ngejek mamanya Jinfu. Makanya Jinfu pukul. Jadi kita bisa mendapatkan informasi yang lebih detail dan lengkap. Jadi kita tidak salah memutuskan sesuatu. Contoh lagi di kasino. Di kasino bandar sama pemainnya masing-masing dari negara yang berbeda. Tapi sama-sama ngomong bahasa Inggris. Bahasa Inggrisnya beda-beda semua. Inggrisnya orang Indonesia, orang Filipina, Malaysia, Singapura beda-beda semua. Nah, ketika terjadi percakapan atau sesuatu ada pelanggaran atau ada yang cheating atau ada yang curang, dari control room itu semua kan dipantau. Jadi mereka tidak hanya mendapatkan informasi berupa gambar, tapi kunci dari setiap kecurangan atau pelanggaran dari sisi audio yang di capture bisa diselidiki lebih jauh dan bisa didapatkan fakta yang lebih jelas. Itulah pentingnya kenapa kita perlu capture audio.
Okay, alright. So, of course, many people will ask, Papa, my CCTV got mic, Pa. You see there? Got mic, you know. Got mic. But is the mic good? No. Why? Okay, so a lot of time, right, the CCTV manufacturer, the focus is on the CCTV. Correct? And at night, they also give you the light. So you can do the IR or the infrared, or maybe they use the light to shine, you can see better, correct? But you do see how small the mic is? And the mic position is upstairs. Okay, so it's the omnidirectional mic. It will pick up even more ambient noise. So most of the time you hear the CCTV recording using the mic, it's not like this. Most of the time you'll be like, shh, or all this kind of, you cannot hear things at all, correct? Because the mic is so far away, it's not where it matters. So as audio people, I always like to take on the CCTV job, because it's always very exciting to sell them more things and make sure that they have good audio. And after that, they actually realize that it's actually very, very important to get good audio. But one of the biggest problems for CCTV, the mic input is either 3.5 or Euro block, but it's the same as your laptop mic input. So this is also very troublesome because you need to set their gain correctly, because the preamp is also bad. Most likely, if you guys, for better audio, we will recommend that you use a preamp and you send line level to this guy so that you will not have a lot of bad audio because of the lousy preamp.
Jadi itu ya, kadang-kadang di CCTV itu sudah ada mikrofonnya, tapi ketika kita cek suaranya, kita buka data recordingnya, suaranya seringkali seperti itu. Kenapa? Karena mikrofonnya omnidirectional. Dia capture semua suara dari berbagai arah. Kadang ada suara apa sedikit di samping rumah pun, kadang itu terjadi juga sama saya lihat. Suaranya kenapa begini ya? Terutama kalau malam, itu suara jangkrik, udah nggak karuan. Jadi penting buat kita untuk yang ada di industri itu, ambil jalur audionya, kemudian dirubah ke line level supaya bisa direkam dengan kualitas yang lebih bagus.
Dan untungnya, nambahin sedikit, tadi juga dijelaskan di slide sebelumnya bahwa di kebanyakan CCTV juga ternyata ada line output untuk misal kita mau pakai external mic. Jadi seperti yang udah dijelaskan tadi, karena dia omnidirectional seperti juga mic di laptop, dia akan picking up, dia akan mengambil semua ambient noise yang ada di sekitar situ. Dan mungkin yang terdekat situ bukan, misalnya ada kejadian kemalingan nih, misalnya ada kejadian kemalingan, tapi yang mendekat ke CCTV itu saat itu ternyata ada, misalnya ada tawon, yang masuk suaranya tawon, nggak ada di situ percakapan, atau ada orang nyalain motor, sudah nggak terdengar. Untungnya itu tadi kebanyakan CCTV bisa menggunakan tambahan mic eksternal gitu. Oke.
Okay, so now time for me to be shameless again. So Audio Technica, we actually have two mic preamp. Of course, the first question is, hey, Park, when you introduce your own brand, you know, there's a lot better mic preamp out there in the market. I agree. But that one is for recording, for studio recording. But this one is a lot more for, I would say, commercial CCTV recording. This is made to military spec. So if you use this to throw, please do not throw at people, they will die. Okay, very durable, very powerful. Okay, and also this have the unbalanced out for you to connect directly to the CCTV. Okay, what we usually do is that this thing we will place near to the camera, then we will XLR run all the cable to the mic to the location that we want. But of course, in some cases where they feel that the environment is noisy, like you can hear, right, the noise, correct? This guy, when you on the noise suppressor, you will filter away all this noise. So your recording is cleaner. Okay, the key thing about CCTV or surveillance recording audio is that you want the audio to be clear, correct? You don't want to have the audio and then have this noise, correct? So this noise doubly. So this one will help you reduce the noise.
Jadi ini yang rekan-rekan yang bergerak di bidang perhotelan, corporate, nah itu di Audio-Technica mereka punya solusi untuk eksternal microphone preamp itu bisa ditempatkan di remote location dekat kamera. Jadi fungsinya untuk tadi supaya kita bisa mendapatkan kualitas audio yang lebih bagus dari area yang di capture oleh kamera tersebut. Karena kadang-kadang di corporate tempat-tempat perkantoran, perhotelan itu sangat penting untuk memantau kegiatan orang keluar masuk. Itu. Ini sangat diperlukan dan ini potensi kepentingannya untuk tempat-tempat seperti itu, teman-teman yang bergerak di area itu ini sangat dibutuhkan dan sangat membantu. Kemudian fitur noise suppressor tadi juga, misalnya tadi dijelasin ini kayak kita dengar contoh di area misalnya di lobby hotel atau loading dock hotel, teman-teman yang mungkin ada yang dari perhotelan juga. Biasa kita suka pantau orang keluar masuk di loading dock atau di lobby atau di area tertentu. Nah, ketika ada noise seperti ini, mereka punya fitur sebagai noise suppressor supaya sinyal yang berada di bawah level sekian mungkin bisa dieliminasi. Jadi bisa meng-capture audio conversation orang di situ lebih baik. Jadi, oh ada orang di situ lagi ngobrol apa, mereka merencanakan apa. Itu bisa direkam dengan lebih baik.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so what we usually do, like for example, in the table counter like this, the mic is usually we place here a small mic. This is actually this size. Okay, condenser we put here at this counter, and then when the reception talk and the person talk, you can record both sides. So okay, now I can say they take away already. So in Singapore, way before, we actually use this at a custom area. Okay, now you all know, but now it's okay because they take away, for manual station, they change to the automatic one, right? So no more already. But in Singapore, in StarHub, Singtel, the store, they also use this. Why? Because when you're applying for your phone line, or many people want to complain, they also record the CCTV. In some of the supermarket, they also record at the counter to see whether there's anybody arguing anything, then they have the mic there. Okay, so this is how we put all this in all this location. So I will just, we also embed, sometimes we screw the mic there so that it's more secure. Because if you put the normal boundary mic, some idiot will cut away the cable all the time, okay? Or they will put something on it or everything, and then the sound will be habis, okay? So in our many years of research, we realized that sometimes the boundary mic is good, very good sound, but there will always be one guy who's gonna put paper on it and then the sound habis, correct? So what do you do? Very simple. So okay, this is for when we put in the setting for surveillance. Okay. So what we do is that we put the mic here or we put the mic along here. So in some cases, what we do in some surveillance, we have the computer monitor, because usually when you go to the counter, the staff have the computer monitor, correct? Boleh? Then they will put the mic along the monitor and run back the cable to the CCTV. And because the monitor is here, if you're counter staff, you're talking in this direction. The mic is here. Then if you're the other guy, park my passport park, you're also talking to this direction. So the mic will pick up both sides. And it's human behavior, because when you will talk, the monitor is there, you will not shift the monitor away, right? You will still continue to talk. So this is how we get away with all the, and you will not put paper on the monitor, unless you're crazy. So this is how we use human behavior to plan where we want to put the microphone. All right, so it's very important. We are audio people. We have to use logic. We have to use human behavior studies to make sure that wherever we put the mic, we reduce the amount of stupid idiot who will put paper on it, cover it, cut the cable, all this kind of thing. So this is how we do that for surveillance. We did that before in a hospital, doing the test run. After that, they buy. Why? Because the mic was very small, nobody can see. It's very okay. And then, but it captured very clearly all the argument and the angry customer who scold the nurse. This happened a lot of time in hospital, I don't know why. But after that, they realized it's very important. Okay? Yeah. Of course, you know, that been after, I mean, for surveillance, sometimes they also use this, maybe for school, to record the session, for teaching also. So all this kind of thing is, you know, a mic is a mic. We are the flexible one. We are the one that can decide where we want to place it, how we want to use it, and the application. Okay?
Jadi itu tadi solusi untuk eksternal mikrofonnya ya. Jadi di mana kita bisa letakkan mikrofonnya, di mana kita bisa install, seperti di meja. Kemudian kalau di meja oke, tetapi kadang-kadang ada kendala di mana orang meletakkan kertas di situ jadi blocking suaranya. Kemudian opsi lain adalah remounting di atas plafon, di ceiling. Jadi kita bisa mengcapture suara yang terjadi di tempat itu. Untuk yang misalnya di perhotelan atau rumah sakit atau perkantoran, nah ini juga menjadi sebuah solusi. Kadang-kadang ada yang namanya studi kelayakan pelayanan konsumen. Nah ini juga bisa menjadi solusi untuk itu, di mana bisa diinstal di meja reception, meja kasir. Contoh tadi di custom di bandara, tempat orang pelaporan. Jadi bisa selain direkam di videonya, conversation-nya, percakapannya juga bisa terekam. Terus di rumah sakit misalnya, ketika terjadi ada perbincangan antara dua pihak, kemudian ada customer yang marah, kemudian bisa dievaluasi lagi, kenapa, kasusnya seperti apa. Jadi itulah gunanya. Jadi nggak cuma sekedar mikrofon, tapi scope-nya tuh ternyata seluas ini gitu loh. Dan opportunity-nya seluas ini, posibilitasnya sebesar ini. Dan sangat berguna untuk kebutuhan-kebutuhan kita di tempat publik komersial, public area gitu kan, tempat komersial, itu sangat dibutuhkan.
Okay, so this is like a small layout. Okay, so at the counter, we put the mic, we connect to the noise suppressor, and then the audio cable, we go back to the CCTV via 3.5mm or their terminal block. But of course, inside the CCTV camera, you need to change the audio to a line level. Please do not use mic level, okay? Otherwise, you will use the preamp, which is damn lousy, and then you get even more hissing.
Sangat simpel ya sistemnya ya untuk diintegrasikan ke dalam kamera surveillance atau kamera CCTV. Jadi hanya mikrofon kemudian dikonekkan ke preamp, lalu integrate ke external line input di kamera tersebut. Jadi kita bisa dapat kualitas audio lebih bagus.
Of course, if let's say you have a more complicated setup, you want 8 audio input, then you can use our auto mixer to mix and send individual 8 channel to each of the camera audio in, and from there you can use it for the recording. I mean, some people like to buy individual like this one, but if let's say you're going to record everything, you can also use the the auto mixer for that. Then you can set all the channels to have all the EQs and everything. Then you can settle everything. But that being said, there are a lot of people say, but this one easier, I can put the preamp nearer to the camera, which is a good thing. But in some cases, we actually seen, because the camera is located in the very back area, and then after that, there's the red, there's the don't know what. Every year they change because the red going to bite all the cable. So in this case wise, right, in terms of execution and everything, we need to do a bit more study on the area to make sure that it's okay. And the rat biting incident happened in Singapore, not in other country. So no matter where you are, all these pests will be there to give us all the problem. So we just need to take care of that.
Jadi ini contoh untuk yang lebih kompleksnya, di mana kita perlu beberapa mic untuk beberapa kamera CCTV. Misalnya dalam satu lantai, satu sistem ini kita apply untuk satu lantai. Kemudian tiap lantai dengan copy paste sistem yang sama, bisa juga seperti itu. Nah nanti kita bisa sambungkan, kemudian problem yang sering terjadi adalah ketika yang tadi diceritakan kabel dimakan tikus ya. Kayak kasusnya sama, di Indonesia juga kabel kita pada dimakan tikus. Jadi kita mesti consider safety-nya lagi kan untuk instalasinya. Tapi dengan cara ini kita bisa improve fungsi CCTV kita, nggak cuma sekedar ngambil gambar aja, tapi kita punya informasi lengkap dalam hal audio dan visual.
Okay, so next, right, we will go on to meeting room. Okay, so why do we need audio in a meeting? I think just now we have proof already with all the Zoom and Teams and everything. Now your normal meeting room will also have a system because of that, correct? Especially in a lot of corporate, they will put in their Zoom room, Teams room, all this kind of room, all inside the meeting room. Okay, so in the past wise, right, all meeting room requirement, right, it's just very simple. Got table, got lighting, comfortable chair, got projector or screen or TV. But because right now it's hybrid, okay, so a lot of time you need to do your hybrid meeting. So especially for Microsoft Teams and Zoom, now every meeting room must be hybrid meeting room, correct? So according to research, at least 1/3 of the meetings right now internationally will be hybrid. This means, right, your meeting room, apart from the nice comfortable room, also must have the video cam, must also have the microphone. Everybody must go for the meeting and then feel that, wow, I'm like face to face. But actually, I'm in Singapore, you're in Jogja, and then maybe another friend in Jakarta, correct? So now it's very different. Now it's really cross-border through internet. So the key thing is that even Microsoft CEO also, they want Microsoft Teams to let the people who are joining remotely to feel that they're first class. And they have the first class experience. They feel that I'm also in the meeting, I'm engaged. So that's why, audio is very important. Because if you can't hear the other party, then there's no point of having the meeting anymore. So another key thing is what we have explored yesterday and today. Why is audio so important? Speech interchangeability. If I can't hear you, you're not going to focus on what I'm trying to say, right? Yeah, precisely. Okay, so that shows it's very important. Audio makes you focus on the conversation and the meeting. Okay, so a very good conferencing room or meeting room need to remove all the noise, need to make sure that the voice is clear, and then there's no echo, there's no other audio issue, connection is good. That's why in the room design for your microphone and the speaker is very important. You cannot anyhow place. You anyhow place, then good luck to you.
Oke, untuk audio di meeting room, mungkin yang perlu kita garis bawahi adalah halaman yang ini, yaitu speech intelligibility. Apa sih artinya itu? Artinya adalah kejelasan suara. Jadi kita bisa punya audio system di meeting room, tapi kalau satu hal ini kita nggak bisa penuhi, yaitu nothing. Mau meeting room on-site maupun online, speech intelligibility adalah nomor satu. Kayak tadi dicontohin, sampai suara yang pelan pun berbisik-bisik, kalaupun suaranya berbisik-bisik, kalau intelligibility-nya bagus, kita masih bisa dengar orang itu ngomong apa, artikulasinya. Tapi kalau asal ada audio system tapi nggak ada intelligibility, contohnya seperti ini. Ya ini kan ada suara juga ya. Nah, berapa banyak rekan-rekan yang menemukan meeting room tapi suaranya kayak gini. Oh ada suara tapi nggak ada intelligibility. Itu. Jadi fundamental yang paling penting yang perlu kita garis bawahi adalah halaman ini. Speech intelligibility. Nah, itu di-achieve dengan apa? Ya good microphone choice tadi, properly pemilihan mikrofon.
Okay, of course, the key thing, whenever you're designing a meeting room, what's the room size? What's the shape? But most of the time, the people sitting here cannot decide because we are the one that come in to solve the problem when the room is like shit. Correct? That's why we're the sound engineer. Okay? And then a lot of time, right, when you are inside the meeting room, is there any background noise? Maybe there's the projector, very noisy. Or there's the coffee machine outside. Every half an hour, wee, coffee machine, right? Or you have the fax machine, all this kind of thing. All these are noise, okay? Or worse, you know, they have the open air concept. Everybody is the noise. Okay? Wow, now the noise stopped. Okay. Another thing, acoustics. Okay, a lot of trend right now. Luckily, we are in this room with all the carpet and everything, but acoustics, very important. Nowadays, all the meeting room must look cantik, look pretty. Correct? I don't know which ID gives them the idea. The more glass you put, the prettier it is. The most pretty is the most glass. Next is the marble table. Okay? Correct. You will see that a lot in Asia. All the glass, all the marble table, or then they put the most reflective acoustic material there just because it looks very pretty. Then all the proper material like carpeting, soundproofing, they say ugly. Okay? Then after that, because of this, we got sound reflection, we got all the echo. Okay, let's go and do a test. Will decay away, and this is a measurement of how reflective the room is in everything. Okay, so when you see the sound guys clapping in the room, it's not because of mosquito. Sometimes it is, but it's for us to hear the RT60. Of course, if we have the proper equipment, we can measure and have it more effective. Okay, why is RT60 important? If the room is very reflective, then you sound like you're in a cave. If you put anything over there to pick up the sound, you'll sound like this. You sound like, we can't emulate the cave thing, but you sound like very echoey, a lot of reverb, everything. You sound like shit, and you can't hear the other side cannot hear you anymore because you are very reflective. Okay. So my point today, right, is that if the room looks very pretty, but the sound is like very bad, then nobody will want to use the room for a meeting anymore. Of course, I'm not saying that a good-looking room cannot sound good. You can. You just need to use proper planning. Like, for example, what we do in some places, they have the glass meeting room. We ask them to put acoustic curtain from IKEA because IKEA pretty. The good ones ugly. So we use IKEA. Okay, why we do that? Very simple. How do we sell the idea to them that they need acoustic curtain? We just tell them one thing. But when you put your forecast on the PowerPoint and it's glass window, everybody can see your forecast and your sales result and your costing. You want everybody to see? After that, the curtains immediately on. Okay, this is how you talk to them. Because in a corporate meeting room, there's a lot of information that you do not want other people to see. Correct. So who the hell cares whether the room is pretty or not? Only the interior designer and the architect. The actual user would say, Park, you're right, Park. I cannot show my costing and my salary to everybody, Park. I will put a curtain. Okay? This is how you reverse them. Because what is important for meeting room? A meeting room is not only to look good, but to discuss proper information and sensitive and confidential equipment. If it's an open room, no curtain, then it's an open secret. They will not like that. So this is how we persuade people to do curtain first. Of course, you have the marble table, that's a different thing. That one, I try many times, but they cannot. The first thing whenever I go there, they will say, Park, marble table Park. Okay, I know marble table, but expensive Park. Now we have no budget to do any other things. So what can you do? We have marble table. Or you can use table mat. there's a bit more absorbent. You put there, protect the laptop. Why do you ask them to put the table mat? For one reason. But marble table expensive, laptop was scratched. Immediately the mat is on. Okay? Reverse psychology. Why? If they spend money, they need to protect it. If the room is gigantic because of the glass, but then information will be leaked out, so they need to use curtain. Okay, all these kind of things are ways for us to reverse the idea and to make them listen to the actual audio and to improve on it. Because if you sound bad, they won't blame the ID. They will blame you because you are the audio guy. Correct. So we must make sure that we understand the situation and explain to them why. Okay. So another thing that a lot of people always, right now the trend, they like to do the glass, marble table, or maybe wood table, and the ceiling mic. Which is a trend now. I love ceiling mics, but if the mic is also very sensitive, it's going to pick up a lot of things in the room. Correct. So in this kind of method, I have one client in Philippines. They wanted the room to be glass, everything very pretty. They want to use ceiling mic, but I told them properly. And then the pastor in the end, he also agreed that, it's physics. They cannot overcome physics. And they all went back to the gooseneck mic. Yeah. Also another thing is that, later I'll share with you. So we have one project in Singapore. The university used the ceiling mic in the boardroom. But in the boardroom, it's even more sensitive information compared to a meeting room. And while they were having the Zoom's meeting with their investment company, the board of directors were like, we are not going to do the investment. If it's a handheld mic, I can shift away, correct? And then my voice will not be transferred to the other side. But if it's a sitting mic, you guys are nodding the head because you guys know what's going to happen. If I'm going to use a sitting mic, all the information that I say, the sitting mic will, okay, there's a voice there. Let's hunt down the voice. Bim, zoom. Pick up the sound. Everything transferred to the other side. The investing company knew everything after that. Why? Human behavior, very simple. In a meeting room or in a boardroom, usually in the past, we are very used to handheld mic, gooseneck mic, on off. You want to cough? Correct. I want to talk gossip. But when you have a sitting mic, free for all. Everything goes. Everything I will pick up because I'm the sitting mic. So good and bad. So in cases, so what we do most of the time, right, when we do a boardroom design, which we will cover later, we do hybrid, we do both. If you are doing your normal presentation, all this, on the sitting mic. Doing sensitive thing, then we take out the normal gooseneck we use. It's a bit leceh, but it is practical because to the board of director, their secrecy is more important than the money that they spend on a sitting mic. Their deal is in the millions. The sitting mic, maybe 10,000. What's more important to them? So the IT manager or the AV manager will have to decide. The company secret versus the cantik sitting mic. Yeah.
Jadi jenis mic juga tergantung, ini kan kita ngomongin meeting room ya, ruang rapat. Tergantung apa yang akan kita bahas di rapatnya itu. Ketika kita akan membahas suatu yang lebih sensitif, suatu yang tidak boleh didengar oleh banyak orang, kita menggunakan mic yang yang bukan yang ceiling mic, yang bukan di mana mic itu bisa terdengar oleh seluruh seluruh orang di ruang rapat itu. Dan tadi juga sempat disebutkan bahwa kita juga harus memperhitungkan ketika membuat ruang rapat itu, memperhitungkan juga reflection, pantulan dari ruang tersebut. Tadi diberikan contoh juga sebelumnya, kalau ada sound engineer masuk ke dalam ruangan terus mereka tepuk tangan, itu bukan karena semata-mata ingin membunuh nyamuk atau gimana, tapi itu untuk ngetes seberapa besar pantulan yang ada di ruangan tersebut. Mas Karona mungkin ada tambahan? Enggak ada. Oke. Itu dulu kalau gitu. Oke, Dan. Continue.
Alright, so most important thing, in any meeting room, conference room, ask them, what kind of meeting are you going to have in the room? If it's a normal meeting, like maybe marketing team or all this, then okay, don't need to have a lot more equipment. But if it's a sensitive meeting, then you need to take care to make sure that the information doesn't leak out. Then who will be attending the meeting? Okay, then will you guys be using the audio equipment for recording, for video conferencing? Do you need to record it? Any other specified requirement, audio requirement? So sometimes, for example, in a meeting room that the CEO will be using, some of the CEO say, I'm sorry, I do not want to use the iPad. I am not the secretary. I want to use other way. I want to feel like the boss. Okay, different, different. Some people have that kind of mentality. Or some of maybe you are in Microsoft or in Google, they like to use the iPad because they are trendy. But in some other company, a bit more traditional, they say, no, I must be the chairman. So all this is the customer behavior that we need to understand to make sure that we give them the correct solution. Because if you ask the CEO who want to be the boss and feel like the boss, touch the iPad, he will say, sorry, I am CEO. The secretary will touch. But the secretary also tak tahu, right? So they don't know anything, right? They touch, oh boss, sorry, I pressed the wrong button, habis. So all this kind of thing is customer behavior, correct? How many times you're laughing because I'm sure you encounter all this, okay? We have many people eating the same rice. So how do we manage that? Sad to say, as the consultant or the engineer or the integrator or the IT department or AV department, we need to understand who's going to use it. All right, this is how we provide the service, the added value service. We find out more, then we can propose the right solution to suit their usage. And not, oh, because XYZ corporate using this, we copy and paste. No. Always make sure that you copy and paste, but you check, you make sure that the customer behavior suit the solution that you propose. Otherwise, habis. Otherwise, you phone call midnight. But my boss complained, but why? Oh, because iPad. He don't want to touch. Right? Oh my God. All right. So all this kind of thing can be stopped when you understand your customer. Okay. So this is very important. I'm not teaching you audio stuff, but these the things that as an audio guy we never ask, but we need to ask because if we understand what the customer want, we will not have the 12 p.m., 11 p.m. phone call problem bug. So these are things that we need to ask the right question to make sure that we have less of this issue.
Jadi ini adalah pertanyaan-pertanyaan. Jadi ini adalah pertanyaan-pertanyaan atau apa ya? Pertimbangan untuk kayak pemilihan audio tadi, mic dan segala macam di dalam meeting room. Yang pertama sudah jelas jenis rapat seperti apa yang akan kita adakan di dalam ruang konferensi tersebut. Apakah rapatnya yang benar-benar private yang harus dengan orang yang benar-benar dengan jumlah orang terbatas atau mungkin lebih luas lagi bisa dengan orang yang lebih banyak. Di poin kedua, ada berapa orang yang biasanya akan datang ke rapat tersebut. Hubungannya sama yang pertama cukup jelas ya. Terus yang ketiga adalah apakah kita akan menggunakan sistem audio untuk konferensi videonya. Itu. Poin keempat, apakah kita harus merekam seluruh rapat tersebut, apakah durasi rapat tersebut dari awal sampai akhir harus direkam. Dan yang terakhir poin kelima adalah apakah ada persyaratan khusus untuk kualitas audio yang diperlukan di ruang rapat tersebut, begitu. Oke.
Okay, now for product placement time. Okay, so Audio Technica actually have a beam steerable hanging mic, more for harder room. Harder room means you sit there, square table or round table, you put one mic on top and they can use for their video call. So with a DSP, with USB, we can connect directly to the laptop or we can use to the interactive whiteboard. Nowadays, a lot of the interactive whiteboard also got USB audio in. So we did that before. We use quite a few of the brands like Max Media, all these. We go directly into their whiteboard and settle all the audio problem for them. Because interactive whiteboard, some of them will have mic, but the mic is located here and here, and they're omnidirectional and they sound like shit. So most of the time, okay, just to take away, right? A lot of time, right? If the whiteboard have the camera, can. Okay, usually camera is also always okay. It's the audio that will always sound very thin, like shit. They cannot hear the other side. It's, oh my God. Okay, so that's why in most of the time, when they're using such system, they will mount maybe a wireless or anything behind and go through USB into this thing, so that it helps in the presentation or in the meetings. So in this guy, what we can do, right, is that we can actually change the angle that the capsule is going to tilt. So that you, if let's say you're sitting down, you can tilt the capsule to normal sitting area, or you're hanging a bit higher, you can tilt down to hit the area that you're speaking to. We can, because it's a virtual mic, we can decide where we want the capsule to point to. So it's something a bit more interesting as compared to your normal mics. And because it's all analog, you can do a bit more EQ, it sounds a bit warmer. So we do this a lot in schools where they have the meeting room because of the budget constraint. So they use this together with a smart mixer to install this kind of system for video call. So this is how you do that and how you do the coverage and everything. All through the software to configure it. Yeah.
Jadi ini solusi untuk penggunaan mikrofon di ruang meeting seperti tadi meeting room, boardroom, ruang komisaris atau yang sejenisnya. Salah satu solusi yang dipunya Audio-Technica adalah beam steering, mikrofon beam steering jenis ini. Jadi kita bisa atur angle mikrofon ini, angle capture audionya seperti apa. Apakah hanya lurus ke bawah atau ke arah samping, kiri, kanan, sekian derajat. Jadi kita bisa atur dengan di dalam software supaya mikrofon ini spesifik mengcapture suara orang yang berbicara di posisi itu. Jadi tidak seperti mikrofon omnidirectional yang mengcapture seluruh ruangan, jadi gaung ruangan juga masuk. Jadi lebih jelas, posisi orangnya dari meja sekian meter, sekian senti, derajat kemiringannya sekian derajat. Jadi mikrofon itu kita bisa atur secara spesifik.
Okay, guys, just they know, right? Because it's a hanging mic from the ceiling, if you are talking about sensitive stuff, you cannot mute that easily. Okay, so always remember, if it's going to be something hanging from the ceiling or on the table, boundary, all this, unless you can move it close or can mute easily, then it may not be ideal for the more sensitive stuff. Okay, all right. So next, we also have something like this, but it's on the table array. Of course, we also have our sitting mic where you can link up with the Teams room set or this. For education, we actually put it inside the meeting room. So the beauty of such a sitting mic is that, especially for educational spaces, most of the rooms, you will change the layout every day. So having a sitting mic allow you to draw the zones and record the preset if you need to. All right, so these are some examples. All right, so what is this mic, right? Is that a lot of time, I'm sure all of you know the sitting mic trend. Everybody is making sitting mic right now. Okay, all the big brands, including us. All right, so the difference between the advantage is that you hands-free. You can have the sitting mic there in the meeting room, walk around, you can sound almost the same. But the bad thing is because there's no way for you to mute the mic. You'll pick up everything. Okay. So of course, at 4 meter height, we can hit 8 meters. So this is quite easy for you to play around with. I rush in because the guy said 10 minutes, so sorry for that, okay? Okay, then of course, the good thing about sitting mic, hands-free, audio pickup, position the mic on top. The speech is almost similar to the mic is in front of the person because the sitting mic use beamforming technology. And also, for Audio-Technica wise, we have different zoning. So you can set, let's say for example, if let's say I'm the VIP, I can draw the zone at my area to capture my area only. And the audience, I can do a normal coverage zone to capture the audience. So this is the beauty of sitting mic through multi-zoning. You can draw different zones for different VIP or to capture the sound. Audio-Technica also have these two advantages. For Audio-Technica wise, we have the voice activity detection. It will detect if it's a voice, then we'll pick up the voice. If it's the coffee machine or like that, the plastic, then the mic will not pick up the sound. The mic will say, bro, you are noise. Nah. Okay, only voice, then you will probably pick up. Another thing is that our microphone have this ability for zone switching preset. So if you are settling the room design for a breakout room, like most of the time in a classroom or in a hotel room, today our layout is for classroom, so we do this setup. Tomorrow we have the banquet style. Okay, so these are the things that this mic can handle. You can use software to reload the preset. We are the very few brands who have this because other brands, they ask you to go to software and redraw again. Then you hard base. Okay, you can redraw save preset, and then record the preset. Okay, another important thing is that for this ceiling mic, a lot of ceiling mic, what they do, right, is that they always record the last setting. But this mic, you can boot up the save setting. Very important, because sometimes when you have people who don't know and think that they know, they plug in and they anyhow, and then alamak, oh no, habis, mati already. They screw up everything. But if you can record the save preset from the mic as the default, then it's okay. What we do most of the time is that we will save the preset, not as preset 1, no. We save as preset 10. Because probability of an idiot saving on preset 1 is always 90%, correct? Only the 10%, the extraordinary, was saved on preset 10. So most of the time, if some people screw up, they will screw up preset 1. So we never use preset 1 as the important preset. We always save it at preset 10. So just take note. Okay, so we also have voice leave. Okay, so Audio Technica voice leave, we just launched it this year. So if you put the mic here and you talk, the mic will pick up and transfer to the speaker over there. But do take note that for voice leave technology, a lot of other brands say, yeah, voice leave will sound like this. No, voice leave sound like this. Okay, maybe a bit louder. Voice leave sound like this. It sounds a bit loud, but very faint, just like maybe at your plakan, at your ear a bit there, but it will never sound like this. Okay, so take note. A lot of brands will say that the voice leave can sound like this. That means they are doing a lot of processing and mixing to cut away all the feedback frequency. Then in the end, it will sound like this. Okay, so take note of that. Audio Technica wise, right, what we try to do is that we also tell our audience we have voice leave, but take note, the voice leave is like this. Okay, so the important thing about voice leave is not when other brands say that the voice leave will sound like handheld mic. No, voice leave is designed to sound like I am close to you. Because the mic will sound like this in a more natural way, but with the proper positioning of speakers, the voice leave is used to accent my voice behind to make it sound more natural. But it is not a direct sound. Okay, so if any other brand tell you the voice leave sound like handheld mic, ask them to do demo and see. Okay, and then after that, you take out the handheld mic and compare, but different. It's definitely going to be different because voice leave technology is designed to reinforce the voice, but it's not direct sound. The maximum voice leave can sound will be like this. Okay, we have tested many other brands and with other consultants, and this is what we agree. Voice leave is like this. It's supposed to sound natural. So if you are using this for a school, for voice leave, and you expect the student to wake up when you are talking, tak boleh lah. Usually, if you are the lecturer, you want this. Why? Because you want the student to listen, and you want them to wake up. But if you are like this, cannot lah, tak boleh lah. You're like this, after a while, you all will correct, right? Because this is human behavior. The reason why a lot of proper orators or MCs, they will never use the voice leave mic. Because if you want to use a voice leave mic, you need to talk even louder, tiring, and you cannot use this, and there's no proximity effect for the low frequency, for the authority. Okay, so no matter what, right, technology is like that, but you cannot go beyond physics. Okay, this is good for video call, for simple, like I can use voice leave to enhance the audience audio, to come back to the guest, to the lecturer, to hear a bit of their Q&A, but it's not going to sound like a handheld mic. So no matter what, always remember, audio is the psychoacoustic part of audio. If the lecturer wants to wake the student up, this is the way. Not like this. Okay? Of course, we come up with all the software for you to play around with, but if you guys want to learn more, we have other workshops for that. And then we can do all the zoning, where you have the priority zones, the coverage zone, exclusion zone. Exclusion zone for the ceiling mic is to cut away the aircon, the printer, and everything to reduce all this external sound. The coverage zone is where the beam will look for anybody that's talking. Then people ask, bro, then you have one coverage zone, you don't need the rest of the zone, right? Most of the ceiling mic in the market, when they have a coverage zone, the beam will go to the loudest guy. Okay? So if you are unlucky, your CEO or your manager and your boss. Hello guys, I'm gonna talk to you in this voice. Habis. And then you get someone very loud, brother, hello, selamat pagi. Then the loudest guy will always get the sound, correct? So the priority zone is for you to draw at your CEO, or your secretary, or your VIP, or whoever that needs the voice, but very soft, or very special, very important. Okay? So always remember, most of the sitting mic, if you have the full coverage zone, and you never draw priority, then you habis. Because confirm there will be one VIP. They speak very softly like this. And then after that, you cannot hear, right? Write complaint letter. Complain? Why I sound like shit? Huh? I thought IT settled everything. I thought AV team very good. Why I sound so soft? Confirm. So all this you all must take note when using sitting mic. The priority zone is to pick up the softer people or the VIP. And always, in every meeting, there will be always one VIP who complain the loudest but talk the softest. Confirm. Okay? All the time. Okay, so I just skip this. Okay, so please don't take photo. Okay, so for this wise, right, we actually have a comparison against the other major brands. We are the lightest in weight, the smallest in dimension. We have 32 beams, which is enough to cover up to 8 to 9 meters. Costing wise, I would say we are cheaper by 30%. Okay, so in comparison wise, this is our size versus their size. What that means wise, right? Okay, you want to set up other brand, tak boleh. But you set up Audio Technica, satu orang can drill. Okay, settled. Okay, so a lot of the installation people love this mic because same coverage zone, lighter, smaller, safer. Other brand they put so big, 6 kg, very big, habis. Okay, they are 6 kg like me, very fat. But then ours is like pakaruna, slim. Okay, very different. So in this case wise, right, even if you are installing, that time in Infocom Thailand, we only have a partition board. We just screw on it, no problem. Other brand, they need to do the beam for safety, for support, everything. Because 6 kg, you screw on partition board, you will drop. 6 kg is actually quite heavy. Okay, ours is 1.5. No issue. Okay, 1.5, you take out the weight, the dumbbell in the gym, nothing lah, 1.5 kg. But 6 kg, you can feel the difference, all right? Of course, we are certified with QCs, through QCs with Zoom and Microsoft Teams. A lot of corporate will require this as a requirement, so no problem. Okay. All right, then we also partner with all this, with QC, Cisco, Paco, Astron, Crestron, Netgear, Symmetric, all these have our certification and plugins. So when you're using all this, no issue at all. Then this is like a line diagram if you want to see how it's going to be like. We have actually two versions. We have actually another version called the AT-Link version, which is a cheaper alternative to Dante. The reason why we come out with the AT-Link version is very simple. Not because we don't like Dante, but during the COVID period, there's no Dante chip. Everybody died. You guys should know, like you want to order certain wireless, wait time is 1 year. Certain Dante mixer, wait time half a year, because there was no Dante chip in the market. The chip makers were making other more important things. That's why after that AT, we learned our lesson. We also come up with the alternative to Dante so that you guys do not need to wait for so long, and it's another different protocol. It's cheaper for the audience. Okay, so just run through. AT also has smart mixers where we have a 6-in 4-out, 10-in 12-out. We have DSP all inside and USB in and out. So one question, people will say, brother, your smart mixer is expensive. I can use the cheaper one from Mackie or any other brand. Yes, but why do we recommend this a lot for corporate and school and hotel? All this very simple. You put the mixer there and not long, they will come and kacau. Correct? After they finish, got feedback, then they run away. Correct? And then you get a phone call. Park, room 102, problem again, Park. Then you go there, what the fuck? Sorry, but what the hell? Who touched the bloody mixer again? Okay? So when you have something like this, a smart DSP mixer, you can lock. Eh? Wow, why? How come got this video? Okay. Okay. So I was like, oh my God, so advanced now. Okay, thank you, brother, thank you. Okay, so the key thing was right when you have something like this was right, it helps because you can lock, you can also web control using third-party control like Crestron, Extron, QCs, all these with a touch panel. Then you can lock everything, and worst come to worst, if someone really screw it up, you can reload the preset and save the setting. Okay, so of course, when you are having all this, right, maybe it's a bit more expensive as compared to an analog mixer, but if you're doing room planning, then this is important. You can remotely go in, change setting, set preset, load preset. You cannot do that with the analog mixer. Analog mixer, you have to do this. A part, can you go to 102 part? Help me change the EQ setting part. Correct. All these you can go online, go in remotely, settle everything. So this is the plus minus point. Of course, cheaper analog. But you want advanced option with digital processing, then you can go for this. All right. And most of the time, analog mixer, there's no noise cancellation, there's no feedback suppressor, but this one have. There's no USB, there's no AEC, but this one have. All right. So we have to manage and work out what you really need. If the company is saving on cost, then go analog. But the company is trying to do more things with IT and more advanced planning, then this will be a different option. Of course, we have the full access with the software and everything. We also allow you to lock the access. That means the user only use one fader. They cannot screw up anything. Okay, but the admin can change everything, including EQ, feedback suppression, everything overlay. Okay, then of course, there's a comparison where we have both all mixers comparing. Okay, so of course, I'm going to the end because they say 10 minutes. So I think I see 10 minutes. Okay, so for boardroom audio, same as the meeting room audio, but boardroom audio is very complicated, even more complicated in timeout. I know. Just give me 2 more minutes, okay? But boardroom is very important in Asia because boardroom is where all the important meetings are held. In the university is where the deans, the president, all of them have meeting. And most of the time in university is where you have meeting with board of trustees, and you have meeting with the investment and all this kind of thing, where all the secrets on the university is inside the boardroom. So the room design of the boardroom is always affected by the consultant and the interior designer who doesn't know what he's doing anyway, most of the time, because interior designer only want cantik but doesn't want anything else. All right, and you want to put the mic, they say cannot. We put a speaker, also cannot. But after that, he say, oh, but the sound like shit is a problem. Correct. So all these kind of things we need to think though. Okay. Then the management who want their objective but don't want to pay the money, the AV team who have to take care of all the shit, all of them have different requirements. So the key thing is how do we find the balance between everything. All right. So the most important thing, of course, who is the one making the final decision? Definitely not the interior designer, because the interior designer is just a service provider. Same like us, we are also a service provider. Okay. So the key thing is the management. Can we persuade the management to listen to us and not the interior designer? What is more important, the meeting process or the pretty room? Okay. Then what system can we propose for the room?
Jadi boardroom audio tadi, could you please repeat the last? Yeah, audio boardroom atau audio ruangan komisaris tadi seperti yang sudah disebutkan, desainnya bisa sulit di Asia ternyata. Di poin kedua jelas bahwa desain atau rancangan ruang itu banyak sekali pihak yang memengaruhinya. Yang pertama konsultan, terus yang kedua interior designer interiornya juga, terus habis itu manajemennya juga, tim audiovisual. Mereka semua punya mungkin pendapat beda-beda dan mereka punya kebutuhan yang beda-beda. Padahal seperti yang kita tadi sudah sebutkan, kalau boardroom itu mungkin harus lebih private daripada meeting room atau conference room yang mungkin sifatnya lebih general. Dan 2 pertanyaan penting di 2 poin terakhir yang harus kita tanyakan. Yang pertama, ini nanti keputusan finalnya siapa yang memutuskan? Siapa yang akan memutuskan desain atau rancangan si boardroom ini, ruangan komisaris ini? Yang jelas tadi seperti yang dibilang oleh Jinpu, tidak mungkin desainer interiornya. Yang jelas bukan dia yang bikin keputusan finalnya. Dan yang terakhir, sistem apa yang harus kita pilih untuk ruangan tersebut? Itu adalah 2 hal yang terakhir yang harus kita putuskan.
Okay, one thing to take note, right? Why is right? what I always argue with the interior designer is, if the sound is bad, can you sign on the paper it's because of your design? They will never sign. Correct. So this is my trick when I talk to interior designer. I will say, based on your design, and we will take the measurement of the material and everything, you will have this issue. The RT60 will be above this level, and then after that, we have all this kind of thing, because we can find all the information online because we are engineers, correct? They are not engineers, they are only designer. Okay, so after that, we will say, because of this and this, and you don't allow us to do the speaker and this, this is the result, please sign off. They will not sign. Correct? No, they will not sign because they are also scared. When you do this to them, then after that, the management will say, what's happening? Oh, we want to have a good sound for you, but this is the problem. But the architect and the interior designer don't want to acknowledge. They never don't want to sign. So how, boss? How? Let them make the decision. If they decide on a bad sound, make sure it's minuted down in the meeting with the management. Anything happen, fall back to the meeting. But on this day, this date, we agree upon this point. I already voice out, but you say never mind. Very important. All right? Because I don't think we do this in our meeting, right? But we have to do this. Because if we don't do this to protect ourselves, anything happen, architect already go to Bali and join. And then where are we? Inside the equipment rack, surfing the day. Yeah. Protect ourselves, okay? We also need to go Bali to enjoy. Okay? So make sure, okay? All right, so these are examples of boardroom. So you see here, right? The Bank of Japan using the traditional boundary mic. This is in Singapore, they're using the ceiling mic. This is in Manchester University, they are using the conferencing system. This is some place that I cannot say, please don't take photo also, but they use this for the VIP panel discussion. And they use the gooseneck mic in this way. This is the miniature shotgun for the gooseneck mic. And one thing that I realized, especially for schools and hotel, if you put a gooseneck mic, they will know how to use it. Okay? Especially the VIP, they are gooseneck mic trained. But when you use the handheld mic, they are stomach trained. Hello, Pak. No, hello, someone buggy. And after that, 5 minutes later, like that, and then like that. And after that, like that. Okay, no problem. Okay? So if you are having this kind of problem with your VIP guests, never give them the handheld, give them the gooseneck, easier. This is how you use the equipment to control the user. Because when you use the handheld mic, heavy lah, Pak. Then they, especially fat people, got stomach, mic stand is here. Correct? Correct, right, guys? The mic stand is here, very comfortable. I put here, okay, no problem. Then after that, you guys need to put the gain up, and then habis. But if you use the gooseneck mic, they will always point correctly because they know that if they sound bad, they look stupid. Okay, this is okay. A lot of the VIP, a lot of the minister, all this actually have PR training. So part of the PR training is actually how to use the mic. Most of the time, most of them, not all, most lah. Okay, so just take note of that. And these are some of the gooseneck mic with the on-off switch. Why? Because in some of the banks, they like to have the on-off switch. They on, trigger camera. Okay, and here also, sitting mic when they talk can also trigger camera. Conferencing system like this, when they press, also can trigger camera. Okay, but the key thing is that when you use the conferencing system, you can use the chairman mute. When the chairman press one button, everybody shut up and mute. Can trigger camera. Ease of installation, yes. I mean, not really, but you have to pull the Cat5 cable to every of the unit. Ease of operation, very easy to use. Press to talk. Sound reinforcement, yes, because when you press and talk, you don't need to depend on voice lift. Okay, it's very clear audio. If you use the traditional gooseneck or boundary, also can boleh. You can use the DSP to control the on-off switch. Okay, camera triggering also, but you must make sure that you get those with the remote triggering, the 5-pin XLR one, to remote trigger. Otherwise, you use the 3-pin, tak boleh. But nowadays, technology can. When you press on, got sound, it will trigger the DSP to trigger the camera. But if satu orang talk, dua orang talk, tiga orang talk, then the camera will. How, Pak? How? All you VIP, Pak? I only satu camera. How? So the programming must be important. Okay? Then sitting mic. There's no chairman mute. Sitting mic take everything. Camera triggering, yes. Install very easy. Its operation also very easy. But now they also want to have the voice sleeve inside the boardroom. It will sound like that. Not so good. Okay, another thing is also with the setting mic, some people will find that I cannot mute the rest, or when I'm talking like how they're talking right now, I can hear everybody. So it's not so safe. So you have to make the decision. There's also another one that we have the Dante, that's based on boundary. It's also something interesting because you can actually use this to program for the chairman mute. The chairman unit, no, not the chairman, any Dante mic, you put in program set ID, you can mute the rest if you know how to do your DSP. Then you can also trigger camera with the Dante microphone. And then it's very installed because it's Cat 5. Just press to talk, very easy. Okay, so this one I'll just skip because all this is all product. Anything you can come and find me later. Otherwise, they will throw things at me because it's time's up. Okay, so any question?
Ada pertanyaan teman-teman di akhir sesi pertama ini? Oh sudah cukup? Oke, sudah cukup. I guess the time is up.
Oke, cukup beneran tidak ada pertanyaan? Oke, baik. Do you understand about Higgs explanation? Paham nggak? Oke, kalau belum paham, nah nanti pada saat break asar bisa ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan Pak Jinfu juga. Dan kita akan break terlebih dahulu, kurang lebih nanti kita di pukul 15.20 ya. Kita akan kembali lagi di sini, jadi rekan-rekan semuanya bisa sholat asar terlebih dahulu untuk yang muslim, nanti di luar gedung ini ada masjid, dan kemudian untuk yang non muslim ingin ngobrol-ngobrol dengan Pak Jinfu boleh. Kita masih akan lanjut di sesi yang berikutnya, jangan lupa juga masih akan ada door prize yang sangat luar biasa untuk Bapak Ibu rekan-rekan semuanya. Coba biar gak ngantuk lagi, selamat malam, selamat siang, selamat malam, oke selamat pagi. Tepuk tangan untuk kita semuanya. Dan tentunya nanti kita akan kembali lagi di jam 15.20 tentunya di International Workshop Audio Recording 101 and Commercial Audio for Workspace. Silahkan untuk yang beragama muslim bisa menunaikan ibadah salat asar terlebih dahulu, dan juga untuk yang non muslim monggo kalau misalnya pengen ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan Pak Jinfu.
Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradipta, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreatif. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreatif. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional, yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreatif dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreatif. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam. Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradista, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreatif. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreatif. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreatif, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreatif. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam. Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradista, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreatif. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreatif. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreatif, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreatif. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam. Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradista, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreatif. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreatif. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreatif, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreatif. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam. Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradipta, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreatif. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreatif. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreatif, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreatif. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam. Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradipta, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreatif. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreatif. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreatif, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreatif. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam. Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradipta, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreatif. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreatif. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreatif, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreatif. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam. Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradipta, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreatif. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreatif. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreatif, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreatif. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam.
Cek, ya.
Bapak Ibu yang sedang di luar booth bisa masuk kembali ke dalam untuk melakukan workshop kembali. Ibu dan Bapak dan Kakak sekalian bisa masuk kembali lagi untuk melakukan workshop sesi kedua.
Kami informasikan untuk rekan-rekan semuanya, kami harapkan untuk dapat segera memasuki ruang AUVI karena kita akan melanjutkan kembali untuk sesi yang kedua kali ini. Sekali lagi, kami harapkan untuk seluruh rekan-rekan peserta workshop untuk dapat segera memasuki ruang AUVI karena sebentar lagi kita akan melanjutkan acara kembali. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi kami informasikan untuk rekan-rekan dan juga peserta workshop, silakan untuk dapat segera memasuki ruang AUVI karena kita akan melanjutkan kembali untuk sesi yang kedua dan kami mohon untuk partisipasi serta kerjasama rekan-rekan semuanya yang mungkin juga masih berada di bawah untuk dapat segera memasuki ruangan karena kita akan melanjutkan kembali acara hari ini. Baik, sekali lagi untuk rekan-rekan semuanya silakan untuk dapat segera memasuki ruangan. Karena kita akan melanjutkan lagi untuk sesi yang kedua kali ini. Dan juga ini adalah hal yang mungkin juga sangat ditunggu-tunggu untuk kita semuanya. Khususnya untuk para peserta. Karena dari kemarin saya selalu bilang ada door prize. Nah, door prize yang kali ini juga tentunya semoga Anda yang beruntung. Sebelum nanti kita akan melanjutkan kembali ngobrol ataupun juga berbagi ilmu ya. Ini tentang komersial audio for Workspace. Bersama dengan Pak Jinfu kita akan mencari siapakah yang beruntung. Yang tentunya akan mendapatkan hadiah yang luar biasa lah. 4 kaos dulu aja deh. Untuk teman-teman ataupun juga untuk rekan-rekan semuanya. Tapi tunggu dulu untuk yang ada di luar yuk, boleh yuk kerjasamanya. Wah ini dia. Sudah fresh, sudah seger dan juga udah siap juga untuk mengikuti acara ini sampai dengan nanti kita menunggu buka puasa. Coba dong tepuk tangannya untuk kita semuanya mana? Yeay, oke. Masih semangat ya Pak ya? Masih. Ini yang pakai baju merah biar gak ngantuk. Nah, semangat juga Mas. Oke, dari mana ini Mas? Dari mana? Jogja atau luar Jogja? Oh, dari Jogja aja. Ada nggak sih yang dari luar Jogja? Solo. Dari mana Mas? Bantul yang masih daerah istimewa Yogyakarta. Oke, semoga nanti yang Solo beruntung ya dapat hadiah. Oke, kita akan mencari 4 orang yang beruntung untuk mendapatkan 4 buah kaos eksklusif. Sama seperti yang kemarin, silahkan cek sandaran tangan di sebelah kanan Anda. Kemudian Anda buka, nah yang ada stikernya. Dalamnya ada nggak? Oh itu nggak ada. Ah, itu ada, oke. Berarti yang sebelah sini, siapa yang duduk di sini? Oh, ini dirimu Pak. Oke, maju, oke. Yang ada stikernya, ada nggak? Ada, oke. Silakan yang maju, berarti 2 lagi. Yang ada stikernya ada? Ada, oke. 1 lagi yang beruntung. 1 lagi yang beruntung, cek lagi yang ada stikernya. Cek, ada nggak? Coba kamu buka aja kanan kiri. Depan ada nggak? Yang sebelah sini ada nggak? Nggak ada, di sini nggak ada. Nggak ada, harusnya ada 1 lagi. Oke, coba yang belakang. Atau yang kosong-kosong ini, ada orangnya nggak yang sebelah sini? Ada ya, tapi orangnya nggak datang, belum masuk. Ada nggak? Ayo dicoba lagi, ada nggak? Yang beruntung, yang ada stikernya, yang nantinya juga akan mendapatkan 4 kaos eksklusif. Oke, berarti masih ada 1 kaos lagi, kita pending dulu ya. Kita akan membagikan untuk 3 orang yang beruntung. Ini tadi dari Jogja. Oke, masih dari mana?
Solo.
Dari Solo. Wah, kamu dapat kaos. Mau dapat grand prize-nya nggak?
Mau dong.
Mau, oke. Nah, Mas siapa namanya?
Rama.
Mas Rama mungkin sedikit dong kasih komen terkait kegiatan 2 hari ini bagaimana Mas? Kamu kan dari Solo nih, dari luar kota. Apa nih menurut kamu?
Ya menurut aku seru sih workshop kayak gini karena kita di sini dapat ilmu dan mungkin kemarin dapat teknik untuk position miking atau pemilihan mic yang bikin suara itu lebih enak didengar kayak gitu.
Oke, baik. Sehariannya kerja apa nih?
Saya kerja di rental sound system.
Oke, baik. Cah sound berarti ya. Ini dari
isi Mbak.
Oh dari isi mahasiswa ya. Ini dari?
Dari isi.
Dari isi juga. Ya udah kalau gitu kita langsung bagi aja hadiahnya. Karena tentunya teman-teman juga sudah menunggu untuk materi yang selanjutnya bakal disampaikan oleh Pak Jinfu. Oke baik. Ini dia kaos atau kaos eksklusif. Spesial untuk teman-teman semuanya agak merapat. Silakan agak merapat. Lihat ke kamera, berikan foto terbaiknya. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi gaya bebas. 1, 2, 3. Oke, baik. Terima kasih. Kita kasih tepuk tangan dong. Baik, kita masih akan ada hadiah lagi, tapi nanti kita akan mengundi 2 buah mikrofon Audio Technica ATR 1300 dan juga 1 unit Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 Classic. Yang tentunya pokoknya sampai acara ini selesai jangan kemana-mana dan kita akan kembali lagi Pak Jinfu dan juga Mas Karuna dan juga Mas Babas yang nanti akan menerjemahkan. Jadi silakan jika ada pertanyaan mungkin langsung bisa angkat tangan, langsung nanti akan diterjemahkan oleh Mas Babas. Oke, Mr. Jinfu, the time is yours. Kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk beliau.
Okay, guys, I heard some feedback that I should not be the express train, so I will make it slower. All right. So, okay, can we? Okay, wait. Okay. All right. So, I know some guys were asking about. Okay, I will just go to this part. Okay, so just to let you guys know that if you see this online, ATND means Audio Technica Network Device. So it is our specially created line for use with Dante or AT-Link. So internationally, we are the first to have a Dante microphone in 2014.
Jadi rekan-rekan ini yang kita lihat di sini adalah salah dua dari produk mikrofon Dante yang dilengkapi dengan fitur koneksi, produk dari Audio Technica yang dilengkapi dengan fitur Dante. Nah, dan AT-Link. Dante ini adalah sebuah platform digital audio di mana Dante ini memungkinkan untuk transmisi audio melalui IP. Nah, ini yang kita lihat di slide ini.
Okay, so for people who don't know Dante, Dante is a IP platform for you to transmit audio. So it's invented by Ordinate, so you can actually have 512 channel at 48 kilohertz and 24 bit. So you can use your normal switch, use Cat5, no problem. So a lot of the supplier, there's by MQC, Symmetric, all of them have the DSP metric mixer for Dante.
Jadi platform Dante ini sebuah platform untuk mentransmit audio over IP. Jadi audio dibawa melalui jaringan networking over IP melalui IP dan ini diproduksi oleh Audinet di Australia. Kemudian kapasitasnya kita bisa lihat 512 kali 512 total channel dengan sample rate 48 kHz 24 bit. Nah, ini di dunia digital audio ini sangat perlu diperhatikan ya. Kemudian koneksinya juga tidak lagi menggunakan kabel mic seperti yang kita lihat di sini umumnya, tetapi menggunakan kabel data Cat6. Nah, itu sekarang trennya digital audio semua merambah ke audio over IP dan Audio Technica ini yang pertama kali mempunyai mikrofon dengan fitur Dante Connection.
Okay, so why is it important? Okay, so imagine a boundary mic like this. Instead of XLR, we use the Cat5e or Cat6. Then after that, we connect into the switch. From the switch, we go into the DSP, and we don't even need to run the GPIO cable. From the DSP, we can trigger GPIO to trigger other things. So this saves a lot on cabling costs because XLR expensive, Cat5 cable cheap.
Jadi kenapa kok kita Audio Technica mulai berkonsentrasi ke bidang Dante di mana sekarang kalau misalnya contoh microphone boundary yang ditaruh di atas meja seperti ini. Kemudian dengan koneksi XLR seperti ini. Nah, kita bisa bayangkan kalau kabel XLR kayak gini di meja kan secara estetik juga kurang bagus. Kemudian fungsi yang lebih utama adalah di dalam networking itu kita bisa mengintegrate microphone ini ke equipment lain melalui control system untuk triggering fire alarm, kemudian efek system. Nah, jadi melalui GPIO yang ada di dalam control system, microphone ini bisa lebih mudah integrasi. Kemudian secara cost juga koneksi RJ45, colokan RJ45, kemudian kabel Cat6, secara cost juga jauh lebih efisien dibandingkan dengan kabel microphone. Contoh, kalau yang bergerak di dunia ini atau instalasi, kabel microphone satu roll berapa juta? 100 meter. Kabel Cat6 satu roll 300 meter, berapa selisihnya? Mungkin kalau kabel Cat6 mungkin satu roll 600.000 dapat ya. Jadi 2 kali 3 kali lipat cost-nya untuk kabel mikrofon. Sedangkan dalam instalasi integrated seperti ini jaraknya biasanya panjang-panjang gitu.
Okay, so this is a bit more technical. I mean, just as a product introduction, so I will skip. All right, so we also have the desk base. So you can use this with Dante, put any mic you want, and you can use this. And with the on-off switch, you press, you can trigger camera tracking. So it's easy for corporate installation.
Nah, ini contohnya tadi ya, ini ada juga yang desktop. Kita bisa connect any gooseneck ke sini, contoh seperti ini. Gooseneck ini bisa kita integrate ke sini. Kemudian kita punya button untuk kontrol yang bisa kita integrasikan ke dalam control system untuk trigger kamera, trigger bahkan mungkin sekarang ada trigger lampu. Gitu.
Okay, so but in some cases, I've seen installation, what they do, if let's say they want to add in new XLR point, but it's already, the building is very hard to install the cable. But there's LAN point. They use LAN point, go to the mixer, Dante, and then from the LAN point, plug this in, you get another XLR point using this. Of course, people ask, why don't I put a Dante, breakout box? Expensive. This one cheaper. And sometimes, it's easier for you to put one point there and configure rather than having the whole breakout box over there. Yeah.
Salah satu alasannya juga adalah mostly pada umumnya itu di dalam sebuah ruangan selalu tersedia colokan LAN Ethernet. Nah, kenapa kita nggak utilize Ethernet ini untuk controlling audio, kemudian daripada kita taruh breakout box. Jadi secara cost juga lebih murah, lebih mudah untuk diprogram.
Okay, of course, this is what we have said just now. The Dante advantage cabling is easy because it's only Cat 5e or Cat 6. And then you want to add more microphone input, no problem. Dante is cheaper rather than hardwire, XLR or this. And then if you need GPIO, it's already programmed inside. Press to trigger, you don't need GPIO cable. So it's digital. Anything you want to change, it's just load preset. Correct. Don't need to go to, I need to redo the gain, everything. No. Just go in the system, load, boleh.
Jadi itu ya, koneksinya semua menggunakan kabel Cat 6. Kalau kita perlu nambah pun, udah any kabel Cat 6 itu pun bisa. Terus integrasinya ke dalam GPIO. GPIO itu adalah General Purpose Input Output. Jadi untuk controlling, untuk komunikasi ke hardware lain. Nah itu semuanya software based, kita bisa program apa yang kita butuhkan.
Okay, this one I think we talked a lot about this just now, so I will just skip that. So I will go to the next one. It will be hopefully more interesting. All right, so let's go. Okay, understanding wireless system. How many of you think you understand the wireless system?
Ada berapa teman-teman yang sudah memahami sistem nirkabel, sistem wireless?
Tahu, tak tahu, don't know?
Ada yang paham?
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, all right. So for those who don't understand, so sorry. This will be a bit more technical. So just help me tahan a bit, okay? Don't, okay? Right, I hope it will be more interesting. Okay, so let's go. You must show. Why wireless? The major disadvantage of the wired microphone is of course the wire, correct?
Ya, kekurangan utama dari mikrofon yang pakai kabel ya itu udah pasti
kabelnya.
So this one plus cable. Aigu. So the wireless system is to get away the cable, correct?
Nah, kita mau cut out kabel, bukan dipotong ya, cut out maksudnya kita nggak pakai lagi kabelnya intinya.
But wireless microphone, right? Hold on. Plus, fin antenna, cable, and then go to booster, and then go to cable, After that, go to distributor. And then go to power cable. And after that, another cable. And then go to receiver. So actually, how about with one XL cable or we want many cable?
Kembali, kita mau ada kabel mic atau kabel interconnect yang lebih banyak nih. Tapi wireless.
So your wireless, maybe not so wireless, huh? I see
wireless
power cable, XL, no, also still had the XL cable. Go back to the mixer. Okay? Wireless? I don't know. Okay? But of course, wireless is convenient because now I can do this. No cable, right? Okay? The most important thing for wireless is that you must give the freedom of movement to the user. Okay? So that BTS can dance on the stage. Very important. Okay? So that, NCT can dance on the stage. Sorry. Okay? So what about RF performance? The RF? How? Okay, RF means radio frequency. Okay? Okay, so the RF is only to get rid of the cable. Correct? It just need to work. Nothing more.
Ya, jadi yang utama dari wireless itu adalah itu tadi ya, supaya kebebasan kita untuk geraknya. Tapi kemudian pertanyaan yang berikutnya adalah RF-nya gimana, radio frekuensinya gitu.
So what's important? Okay, so you need to have the right level of system, choose the right system for your required use and the good sound. Correct? So is there any number one rule for wireless microphone? Yes. Okay. If it doesn't move, use cable. Cheaper. Okay? If possible, please tolong use the mic properly. You see, always happen just now. Pak Corona was saying, some idol group also like that.
Jadi gitu ya. Kalau memang dia nggak kemana-mana, kabel aja paling aman.
Kabel aja.
Kabel aman. Kalau nggak kenapa? Ya yang kejadian begini.
Ya itu seperti gambarnya ada penjelasannya di bawah. Kalau bisa tolong pegang mikrofonnya yang benar. Jangan kebalik.
Okay. Sorry wireless means the mic wireless, but then the brain, that one not my job. Okay, that one is the A2 job. A2 must go there. Sorry, Pak. The microphone hold this way, Pak. Thank you.
Ya itu ya wireless tapi ya isi kepalanya ya tetap itu tadi ya. Kalau nggak kejadian begitu. Yang repot ya orang-orang kayak pelaku audionya, soundman-nya. Maaf ya Pak ya. Maaf Bu, wirelessnya mikrofonnya kebalik.
Okay. So fundamental concept. I think we all know. I just recap. Wireless microphone is the transmitter and then receiver. Okay? The frequency must be sama-sama, same. Then it will work. Okay, we all know that, right? Alright.
Semua tahu ya ini ya.
Sudah.
Transmitter, receiver, frekuensinya matching, oke, jalan.
Okay. Unfortunately, satu transmitter to single channel receiver, to only one channel. One husband, one wife. Okay? No one husband, many wife. That one no. Maybe you will see one receiver, but inside many channel. But still okay, it's still one transmitter to one receiver channel. Okay? So don't be greedy. Don't one transmitter, many receiver, you receive the same thing. Okay?
Nah ini ya, satu transmitter, satu receiver, boleh ditampilin gambar yang tadi lagi.
Okay, of course.
Satu receiver, satu transmitter, kemudian frekuensinya juga spesifik. Contoh yang saya pakai, satu transmitter, ini receivernya sinyal dia terhubung, kemudian ini yang dipakai Jinfu, frekuensinya juga spesifik dan matching antara transmitter dan receivernya. Nggak bisa double-double.
Okay, and also, unfortunately, different manufacturer or different system family cannot cross talk. So if I use 3000, I want to go to 2000, tak boleh. Use 2000, go to 3000, tak boleh. If I use the sure SLX, want to go to the URX, also AA. Okay, because all the system, the decoding, encoding different.
Nah, itu ya, kadang-kadang kita berpikir bisa nggak ya handheld saya pakai di transmitter di receiver ini, saya punya receiver. Nggak bisa jawabannya karena ada enkripsi data yang dibawa oleh RF-nya ini beda-beda tiap pabriknya.
Jadi untuk tambahan penjelasannya, seri berbeda dari merek yang berbeda pun tidak bisa digunakan. Apalagi kalau mereknya juga berbeda, itu tidak bisa digunakan.
Okay, this one is the technical part. You all can sleep now. Okay, you can sleep already. Okay, frequency modulation, right, is when our signal is modulated on a carrier frequency. All this non-physics. So, okay, how many of you hate physics? Raise your hand. All
Siapa yang nggak suka fisika? Ngacung.
Okay, you all can sleep now. Sleep, no problem.
Boleh tidur.
Okay. So the physics part is the boring part, but this is the fundamental of how the wireless work. That means when I'm talking, this is compressed into the carrier frequency and transmitted to the receiver.
Nah, ini bagian fisika emang yang bagian yang nggak enak, tapi ini fundamentalnya. Kayak sekarang wireless ini dipakai, ini suara di squeeze, dikompres untuk jadi sebuah paket data, kemudian ditransmit lewat RF ke receivernya. Nah, itu basicnya seperti itu.
Okay. Mas, don't worry. I also don't understand this, okay? Actually, I understand, but very hard to explain. So never mind, okay? Okay, so the first rule of RF signal, mixing them. If we mix two RF, that means satu frequency and another frequency, they together, they have two more frequency. Okay, the difference, the sum of the two frequencies and the difference of them, okay? So if we have 500 megahertz and 600 megahertz, we have the sum and the difference. So this is what we have as the indoor modulation, the disturbance frequency. Okay, so this is a bit more physical, so sorry, okay. If I lost, don't worry, I'm also lost. Okay, because it's a lot of physics, okay. So the first rule, when frequency A and B put together, we get two more, the sum and the difference. So these are the frequency, if you use the scanner, you will see it appear. Okay.
Jadi itu ya kalau kita scan frekuensinya tuh jika ada dua sinyal yang digabung, jadi akan ada sinyal itu sendiri dan diferensial sinyal yang dibawa juga. Nah ini contohnya.
Okay, alright. Next, then the second rule, harmonics. Like guitar harmonic, tung tung tung. No.
Yang kedua adalah harmonic.
So yeah, no guitar harmonic. Harmonic on the wireless different. Okay, any signal that we create, we will have multiple of the original frequency called harmonic. There is papa frequency, the sun frequency.
Ya, jadi setiap frekuensi yang dibawa atau dihasilkan itu ditentukan itu dia ada frekuensi harmoniknya, which is mungkin di sebelah kiri kanan dari frekuensi itu. Contoh 500 MHz. Nah, di situ ada harmoniknya di oktav yang keberapa, apa setengah oktav atau 1 oktav. Itu biasanya ada harmoniknya.
Okay, 100 megahertz, the papa give the 200, 300, and 400. Wow, 3 kit, very good.
Nah ini, satu frekuensi ada 3 harmoniknya. Itu, ada 200, 300.
Okay, then after that the guys, but how I use 10 wireless, how many frequency? Habis. Okay, so most important, right? So once the DSL frequency has been modulated, that means compressed, and then it can be transmitted. Okay, so at the other end, at the receiver, when I compress here, I send to there, then the receiver must take the paper, unfold, and this is the information.
Nah ini prinsip kerja dasarnya adalah ini yang tadi. Jadi suara yang di capture microphone ini di squeeze, dikompres untuk dibawa melalui RF, lalu di receiver ini dibuka lagi paketnya, di breakdown lagi supaya bisa diambil keluar masuk ke mixer. Ini wireless signalnya. Nah, lalu dilempar, anggap itu melalui RF. Ya. Habis dikompres, di squeeze, lempar ke receiver. Ya, itu cara yang paling gampang untuk transmit. Anggap ini nggak pernah terjadi ya. Jinfu nggak pernah buang tisu.
So welcome to Physics 101. Okay, so I cheat you all to come and take physics lessons with me. Okay, so this is the RF signal. Okay, the first line of defense is the receiver. So the pre-filter prevent all the unwanted RF. Okay, it means you are not my RF, you are not my girlfriend, sorry, you cannot come in. Okay, so for single frequency system, the filter can be tuned slightly around the desired carrier. For agile system, it must be wide enough to cover the whole band. Okay, so what is a single frequency system? Very simple. You buy all the cheap China one, only subtle frequency. This is the single frequency system. But for the agile system, maybe like a 3000, the 2000, you have 10 channel or you have maybe 48 megahertz of bandwidth. This is the agile system. That means the crystal inside can tune to all this frequency.
Ya, bedanya single system sama yang enggak tuh apa? Kalau yang single system itu udah satu frekuensi itu aja, nggak bisa ganti-ganti. Nah, beda dengan seri yang dipakai Jinfu seri 3000, seri 2000 yang ini juga, itu lebih dari satu frekuensi.
Okay, so next. Okay, so after that, okay, this is all the physics again. Okay, so the first immediate frequency stage, change the carrier to an easy manipulated frequency. So you use the first row of RF signal, the pre-filtered frequency is mixed with the RF. Above and below carrier at 65 megahertz, the result is the sum and difference. So all this is very simple. Don't need to understand. Just remember, single frequency not so good. Wide range is a lot more component, so more expensive.
Ya,
okay?
Jadi yang kita mesti keep in mind single frekuensi ya oke lah satu range. Tapi kalau yang multiple frekuensi, range-nya lebih banyak, kita bisa ganti-ganti.
Okay, I don't know how you want to explain this or not. Okay. Maybe I'll just skip this, okay? Because the imaging side, right, is a bit hard to explain. Okay, then, okay, so in a lot of the wireless specs, you always see the image rejection as one of the spec, right? So this is how we explain. Okay, so if the carrier is heterodyne down to 65 megahertz, then the first IF filter, right, can be tuned to that, and then you increase the image rejection for other things. Okay, then this is how we use the oscillator. The oscillator is fixed in the first frequency, and the second stage is tuned to 10.7 megahertz wise, right? Then you increase your image rejection and selectivity. So okay, so okay, all this is all like alamak, bug. Oh my God, what is all this nonsense, right? So most important wise, right, is that the key thing why we need to improve our image rejection, right, is to make sure that we receive the carrier frequency properly so that it doesn't get interfered by other things. Okay?
Nah, kenapa kok yang penting adalah image rejectionnya supaya yang si receiver ini bisa mentranslate apa itu frekuensi RF utama yang membawa sinyal audio ini. Jadi tidak ikut-ikutan yang lain-lain juga ikutan diterjemahkan, tidak di convert supaya keluar ke audio outputnya.
Okay, so in short, right? So the RF signal come into here, come to antenna pre-filter, then go through all the RF filtering and everything, then filter. Then after that, go to the detector. Finally, the audio signal is recovered. So at the end, we send from here to here, go through all this filtering to get the signal out, and then we can recover the audio.
Ya kan,
so there's a lot of component and physics being involved in decoding the audio.
Nah ini ya sinyal yang setelah tadi yang udah di squeeze dilempar, di breakdown lagi di sini. Di filter, kemudian filter lagi supaya meminimalkan tadi ada frekuensi anak-anak itu tadi. Jadi bapaknya aja yang diambil. Supaya untuk diambil ke audio system.
Okay, so a bit more easier, right? So this they'll understand a bit more on the wireless. So what is all this? UHF and VHF. Okay, the first time I see VHF and HF is when I was in the army. I was in the signal. Okay, but most important, this is the range, okay, that we can use. 3 to 30 megahertz, 30 to 300 megahertz. This is the range that is being detected internationally. But the frequency that we can use most of the time for wireless microphone is now in the ultra high frequency. Because the VHF is either used by the TV or used by the military. So we cannot use. And also another reason why we don't like to use VHF, the signal quality AA. Alright, it's not so pleasant sounding as the UHF.
Ini ada 3 jenis ya, ada high frequency, ada very high frequency, ada ultra high frequency. HF, VHF, dan UHF. Sekarang mungkin yang kalau kita kenal wireless semuanya UHF ya rata-rata. Karena memang kualitas audio yang dibawa oleh frekuensi UHF ini jauh lebih bagus. Tapi mungkin yang udah pakai microphone wireless tahun 2000 ke bawah, masih ketemu wireless microphone VHF. Dan banyak kan dipakai untuk sinyal TV, lalu sinyal military.
Okay, another thing, right? Okay, so you see this is the VHF. Okay, so long time ago, long time ago, maybe my grandfather time, maybe our father time. Okay, you see the antenna is the very long rabbit ear, very long, right? And you see maybe over here the back body pack, the antenna like curly, very long. Why?
Yeah.
Because for this guy to transmit, your wavelength of the VHF is also very long. That's why the transmitter, the antenna, receiver antenna must be very long. If you ask BTS to wear that, I think tak boleh, too long antenna, correct? That's why we go into UHF, you see, so cute, correct? So cute, so small, tiny, very cute, correct? If you are BTS, you dance with this, no problem. Okay?
Nah ini ya yang seri VHF yang zaman-zaman dulu, antenanya masih panjang-panjang, bahkan saya masih punya yang antena ditarik kayak radio thread. Kenapa? Karena seiring frekuensinya di VHF, ini dua compare ultra high dan very high. Berarti kan VHF lebih rendah frekuensinya dari UHF. Seiring frekuensinya lebih rendah, panjang gelombangnya makin panjang. Itulah sebabnya antenanya lebih gede-gede, lebih panjang-panjang daripada yang UHF.
But of course, the main reason why you don't see brands with VHF anymore is because we cannot use the bandwidth anymore. It's used by the military, used by the government, used by the handphone, used by the TV, so we cannot use anymore.
Ya, jadi sekarang pun juga udah jarang bisa dipakai karena udah diblok untuk penggunaan TV, militer, dan telekomunikasi tadi.
Okay, so VHF, most of the time, 174 to 216. But what about the wavelength? Welcome to physics again. What audio frequency can we hear? Okay, the young ones can hear 20 to 20K, correct? The old one like me, 50 to 12. Okay, but how do I get to wavelength? Da-da! Okay, you all can fall asleep already. Okay, boring already, boring.
Rumus panjang gelombang ya. Jadi ini yang bisa kita dengar 20 sampai 20 ribu. Masing-masing dari range ini kan punya panjang gelombang sendiri-sendiri. Dari frekuensi bass, middle, treble, semua punya panjang gelombang sendiri-sendiri.
Okay, you see, so all this is the calculation. So 1 meter. So this is the wavelength of 340 hertz. Okay, so 3,400 hertz is 0.1 meter, which is 10 cm. Okay, 68 hertz, 5 meter. So that's why usually when you're having the bass, the subwoofer, the radiation is very wide because the wavelength is 5 meter. Because it's roughly around 50 to 100 hertz, right? So your wavelength may be around at least around 5 to 3 meter, very big wavelength. That's why sub frequency penetrate through the wall. The wall cannot block. But if you go for higher frequency, it's so short, so narrow that when you have the wall, nothing, no. You cannot, it will block away the frequency.
Nah, ini contohnya ya frekuensi 300, 3400 dan 68 Hz. Itu panjang gelombangnya beda-beda. Dan contoh paling gampang adalah subwoofer. Subwoofer frekuensi rendah, panjang gelombangnya lumayan panjang. Jadi dia bisa nembus barrier tembok karena yaitu gelombangnya panjang wavelengthnya. Kalau yang treble itu nggak bisa.
Jadi mungkin itu juga alasan itu ya Mas. Misal kita lagi jalan tiba-tiba ketemu sama mobil yang subwoofernya gede banget, dari jauh kita udah bisa denger dentumannya.
Dari jauh
bahkan.
yang kedengeran subwoofernya,
Yeah.
bassnya, treble-nya nggak kedengeran.
Nggak kedengeran.
Itulah sebabnya kenapa frekuensi rendah bisa nembus ke sana.
Okay, so if you want to irritate your neighbor, don't use the high-end frequency, use the subwoofer, face their door, let them die.
Nah, itu.
Okay?
Kalau mau ngerjain tetangga.
Don't say I teach you, okay? Don't do that. High frequency, they just use the curtain no more. Yeah, kill them with the low frequency.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is wavelength. Okay, so Mars is like, oh my God, what is all this? Okay, don't worry. Okay, so when it comes into the obstacle, okay, the amplitude of the frequency will be dampened. Okay, so like for example, you see here, the wavelength is so short. This is the high frequency, correct? And then you put satu orang, put me, because I fat, got belly here, I block, I reduce the amplitude, energy go down, correct? But if I stand in front of the subwoofer say, brother, my wavelength very big. Your stomach not as big as my wavelength, so no effect. Okay? So usually when you go to the club, you stand in front of a subwoofer, useless. Still dun, 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 correct? But you stand in front of the speaker, you hug, all the high gone, correct? Because we can absorb. Okay? But please do not go and hug the speaker and absorb the highs, okay? Don't do that, okay? That's a bit, wrong, okay?
Ini penjelasan paling gampangnya ya. Ketika frekuensinya tinggi, semakin tinggi, ketika ketemu dengan satu barrier, dia akan lebih mudah untuk diblok. Tapi semakin rendah frekuensinya, panjang gelombangnya makin panjang, ada barrier pun dia masih bisa tembus. Nah itulah sebabnya kenapa kok TV, telekomunikasi militeri itu cenderung ke frekuensi yang lebih rendah. Karena mereka perlu panjang gelombang itu yang bebas barrier.
Okay, of course, you guys will ask, but Park, are we talking about wireless, right? Now why are we talking about the audio frequency? Don't worry. So how do we calculate the RF frequency? Okay, then we go by speed of light. That's not speed of sound. Okay, so VHF is like this, right? Correct. So your VHF wavelength is 1.5 meter. Okay, so this will be the same as your 15-inch driver audio wave. So when the VHF driver, the VHF wavelength is 1.5 meter. Sorry, 1.7. Okay, we shoot 1.7. Okay, so it means the wavelength is around here. If the VHF transmit, I will block a bit, but because the same most sama wavelength, I cannot block everything. So it will transmit past me. Okay, but if you put VHF in front of Godzilla, then maybe no. King Kong also can block. Godzilla will block because they're big. Okay, the bigger you are, the more water you have, the more you absorb, and you reduce the amplitude of the energy. That's why we always say, for UHF, because the wavelength is so narrow, please do not block the antenna. You will block the transmission. Okay?
Nah itu prinsip dasarnya ya, karena panjang gelombangnya lebih pendek, UHF. Jadi yang selalu kita tahu adalah jangan dihalangin. Antena sama receivernya jangan diumpetin. Nah, jangan diblok. Nah itulah prinsip dasarnya untuk di RF.
Okay, and that's also why if let's say the MC also cover the antenna, and then after that, no sound, then you take the stone throw. Okay, why you cover the antenna, you idiot? Okay, don't. Okay, sorry, you are the pretty one, you never cover, you are the smart MC. Okay, yes.
Ya, contohnya frekuensinya kan tinggi, terus panjang gelombangnya pendek. Contohnya lagi antena ditutupin. Kadang-kadang kan begitu. Ini kalau kita tutup kadang-kadang sinyalnya hilang. Karena antena biasanya di sini. Dulu yang wireless lama, yang zaman dulu banyak kan antena ada di bagian atas. Tapi yang model-model yang terbaru sekarang itu antena ada di ujung bawah. Itulah sebabnya kadang-kadang kalau orang pegang mic begini suka putus-putus. Pak, mic-nya putus-putus ya. Padahal harganya udah mahal. Ya Pak, antena ditutup. Balik lagi ke tadi, RF-nya terhalang, terblok.
Okay, so VHF advantage, the wavelength very long. Means longer transmission range. Means if I have no line of sight, it's still boleh. Because my transmission is so good, so powerful, no line of sight, I can cut through many jingfu. Even with a belly, also no problem. Okay, because the power of the energy, the wavelength is long enough, I can go through human body. But because of that, this frequency is also used by the TV because it can transmit long. Used by the normal radio or the FM radio, correct? Used by almost everybody. And then in the end, you cannot use it at all. So now used by everybody except for us. Okay, so tak boleh.
Nah, itu yang VHF, panjang gelombangnya panjang, kemudian dia bisa melewati barrier, jangkauannya juga lebih panjang. Tetapi apa? Yang pakai juga makin banyak. TV, kemudian radio FM, radio apa itu shortwave, ya radio. Yang tadi Jinwu sampaikan di military shortwave, gelombang apa itu kan dia bisa menjangkau jarak jauh. Nah itu semakin banyak yang pakai, nah buat wireless profesional audio seperti kita aman nggak? Ya nggak aman, banyak interference nanti jadinya.
Alright, so now we use UHF. We all know UHF, right? We all tahu this thing, right? We all always use this, right? Okay, 470 to 990. This is the global range for UHF. And then most important, okay, what is our wavelength? If let's say 800 megahertz, wow, 0.37 meter, only 37 cm. How long is 37 cm? Anybody know? I think shorter lah bro. That one, that's half meter lah bro.
30 cm seberapa guys? Kira-kira.
No lah, I think this is 10. No,
37 cm.
okay, then don't ever ask him to measure distance. I think tak boleh, okay? But 37, I think maybe around here. Maybe I may be wrong, okay? But very short. 37 come to my stomach, habis.
Ya, panjang gelombang frekuensi UHF biasanya kan contoh wirelessnya jalannya di 800 MHz. Setelah di scan, 800. 800 MHz panjang gelombangnya berapa? 30 cm. 30 cm kalau keterhalang orang putus-putus mungkin nggak? Ya mungkin. Nggak heran, wajar aja gitu.
Okay, so roughly it's around 950 MHz, roughly around 2-inch driver. So your 2-inch driver sound is a lot more towards the highs and high mids. If I hug the 2-inch driver, I think the sound finished because I can absorb. My stomach is big enough. If Karuna maybe tak boleh. Sunny can.
Analogi mudahnya lagi, panjang gelombangnya kan pendek-pendek. Jadi seperti treble. Treble lebih gampang tertutup. Ini treble. Kalau ditutupin suaranya jelas nggak? Nah, analoginya seperti itu. Jadi lebih gampang terhalang kalau frekuensi tinggi.
Okay, so in short, UHF 470 megahertz to around 990, depending on country. Wavelength of 800 megahertz is around 37 cm. Okay, if you get lower, you get more distance. You get a longer wavelength. And because of this short wavelength, that means the receiver must find a way to see the transmitter. Otherwise, the signal hilang, lost.
Nah itu ya, harus yang dicetak merah. Receiver dan transmitter dalam line of sight. Kalau enggak ya putus-putus.
Okay, so but advantage UHF, you get more frequency range because it's bigger.
Tapi keuntungannya frekuensi range-nya lebih besar. Jadi banyak pilihan, lebih bebas milihnya.
Okay, but this PowerPoint was done many years ago. Okay, long time ago, there's no digital TV. All right, so now actually UHF also getting narrower because now the government sell to the telco, sell to the digital TV, sell to everybody, and then in the end we only have very short frequency to use.
Nah, ini seiring waktu berjalan, pemerintah itu tiap negara kan menjual range frekuensi masing-masing ke perusahaan ya. Jadi lama-lama UHF juga sama. Lama-lama yang tadi opsinya gede banget, lama-lama juga berkurang gitu.
Okay, things to take note, right? Because if you have better UHF system, better RF filtering, everything bagus, better, a component will be more expensive. Correct? You cannot use the cheap. Maybe if you use the Honda Fit engine, put on the Ferrari, it will not run a Ferrari, correct? It will run a Honda Fit. So the same thing, okay? So if you want better RF, better filtering, everything all bagus, the cost will increase.
Nah, itu rantainya. Semakin banyak kan, makin dijual banyak frekuensi ya. Kemudian kan makin sedikit. Otomatis kita butuh device yang bisa memfilteringnya makin bagus. Otomatis wireless makin mahal. Ya wajar karena memang itu yang dibutuhkan untuk semakin bagus filtering frekuensinya di frekuensi UHF.
Okay, so this is a lot more common with analog wireless system. Okay, why would I talk about analog when a lot of people are going to digital? Very simple. If you want to have the good sound with no lag, go to analog. That's why a lot of brands like Electrosonic and other brands, they still have the analog system because of the customer requirement. So what is inside the analog wireless system is a compending circuitry. What is compender? Compender, I compress, and then I compress already, then I send, I throw the tissue, right? And after that, I expand it back to the tissue. Okay? So because of this, you get the lower noise level, you get more dynamic range. But of course, in a lot of brand, the normal range is always the sub-2 commander. But in Audio Technica, our 5000 series, we have dual commander.
Nah, konsep dasarnya itu tadi ya yang dicontohkan. Sinyal di squeeze, kemudian dikirim, lalu dibuka lagi. Jadi ada proses namanya kompresi dan expansion. Waktu dikompresi, kemudian sinyal dikirim melalui RF. Ketika dia sampai di receiver, dia di-expand lagi. Gitu.
Okay, just like just now, I must throw the tissue, right? Compress already, can throw. After I must expand.
Nah, ini waktu diterima harus di-expand lagi. Pertanyaannya,
but the same thing wise, right? When you compress the signal and you expand, if you compress it badly like what I do, the signal is different already, correct? So that's why the combining circuitry is very important when we do wireless transmission. Okay, if it's the normal tissue, I compress and I throw, I come back, I catch, I expand it again. If you have a good circuitry, then it will look like your normal tissue. But I am the bad circuitry, so now like this compressed.
nah pertanyaannya itu, seberapa bagus ini receiver bisa expand lagi, kembali ke sinyal asli yang sebelum dikompres. Nah itulah membedakan wireless A, B, C, D, harga A, B, C, D.
So that's why I will say no matter what system you're using, be it a digital system or an analog system, as long as you compress it and you send it digitally or analog, you will still have some artifact. We cannot change that. When I squeeze the tissue and I throw and I make the tissue flat again, it's no longer nice, correct? So these are all the artifacts that will happen.
Nah itu semua proses compounder tadi, kompresi, kemudian ekspansi, hasilnya pasti ada artifactnya. Contoh tisu tadi, ketika di-expand, ada bekas tekukan-tekukan, kumel-kumel, nah itulah artifactnya. Begitu juga dengan sinyal audio yang dibawa oleh RF, radio frekuensi melalui wireless system.
Okay, of course in audio wise, we know that low frequency and high frequency have different energy, correct?
Yes, low frequency and high frequency have different energy.
Yeah. Okay, so Audio Technica, our high-end 5000, have a dual compounder. Okay, so at dual compounding, at 500 Hertz, we compress the low. Above 500 Hertz, we compress the high. So 2 independent compressor and limiter, and 2 independent expander. Why? Anything below 500 is considered low energy. The compounder is designed for that. Anything above 500 is another different energy level. We have another different compounder for that. So this reduces the distortion, if there's any. Like for example, if I'm talking and then I have a lot of low energy and I transmit through a single compounder system, I may distort because of my high low energy. But if I separate it out, then I have less possibility of distortion. That is sound more like a cable mic. Because in cable mic, you don't get a compounding distortion.
Nah ini ya, proses compounder yang terjadi. Analoginya paling gampang seperti speaker. Ada speaker full range dan subwoofer. Frekuensi yang tinggi yang di atas 500 Hz itu dianggap frekuensi tinggi, kemudian ada frekuensi di bawah 500 ada low frekuensi. Low dan high ini energinya berbeda. Wavelength-nya juga berbeda. Itulah sebabnya ada 2 compounder di wireless audio Technica yang menghandle hanya untuk frekuensi tinggi, expander frekuensi tinggi, kemudian expander untuk frekuensi rendah. Baru kemudian keduanya disatukan dalam sinyal audio. Sama seperti speaker juga sama. Ada yang khusus untuk subwoofer frekuensi rendah. Ada yang untuk frekuensi tinggi. Woofer dan tweeter. Analogi yang sama.
Okay, so why is it very interesting? Okay, so... shit. Oh no, okay, wait. Okay, sorry, the audio clip disappeared. Oh, okay, I'm so stupid. Okay, so sorry, I forget to plug in the thing. Okay, things like this will happen. Please ignore that. This never happen, okay?
Sebentar, audionya hilang tapi ternyata karena lupa dicolokin. Tadi lepas, baru pasang lagi.
Because the audio is not wireless yet.
Yes, I know. Okay, sorry ah. This is a sound source, okay? This is going through compending. Okay. This is the competitor. Okay, so if you guys are free at home or at the store, you can do this test and compare. Okay, use the key, a bunch of keys, and you shake, and you record using a wired mic, and then you record using a wireless. From there, you can see how much artifact the compending is introducing into the system. If it's digital system, how much is the A to D affecting the system itself? Of course, if you use the voice, it's still okay. But the key test is what we will say is an acid test when you want to test whether there's any distortion or anything. That's why you see a lot of time, some of the overseas engineers always like to use the key and like that, shake. You think they're very free? No, they're actually trying to test and understand the system, whether there's any artifact that's been introduced into the wireless. Okay? So this is actually something that we do a lot. That's why I have a lot of keys. Okay?
Itu tadi contoh proses compender ya dari sinyal suara sound source ditangkap oleh, dalam hal ini adalah seri 3000, ini yang dipakai oleh Jinfu, yang sekarang dipegang Jinfu. Kemudian tadi dengan hasilnya dihasilkan oleh kompetitor, kita nggak tahu brandnya apa, nggak tahu mereknya apa. Tapi kita dengar bedanya ya, dari sound source-nya kemerincing, kemudian yang seri 3000 dan yang kompetitor, bedanya di mana kita bisa dengar ya. Nah itu salah satu hasil dari proses kompenderisasi dengan chip yang lebih bagus, hasilnya juga lebih bagus. Semakin bagus, semakin kita bisa dapatkan kualitas high frekuensi yang makin bagus. Kenapa kok di high frekuensi? Karena semua artikulasi speech ada di high frekuensi. Kalau high frekuensi nggak bagus ya jadinya begini lagi. Ya saudara-saudara, ini 1, 2, 3 beda dengan 1, 2, 3. Pilih mana dengan 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 atau 1, 2, 3. Makanya semakin bagus itu microphone wireless, definisi artikulasinya makin bagus.
Okay, so alright. Another thing is diversity. How many of you know what is diversity for wireless?
Siapa teman-teman yang paham, yang mengerti apa arti diversity di wireless?
Kalau kita taunya unity in diversity, Indonesia.
Okay. So in wireless, also very important, there must be unity in diversity. That's why you see all of the wireless, they have 2 antenna. Okay, because they like diversity. Okay, very simple. Okay.
Diversity ini kaitannya dengan antena ya. Ada dua diversity, ada yang satu.
Okay, so now we see satu antenna. You see the RF coming and then hit the wall. Okay, direct signal and reflected signal. Okay, so if you are in the position, if you are unlucky, and the direct signal and reflected signal come in the phase difference of 180 degrees, which is half the wavelength, there will be a destructive cancellation. Means your signal habis. Very simple.
Nah, ini yang single diversity, contoh gampangnya seperti ini. Sinyal direct dan sinyal reflection dari tembok kalau antenanya juga menangkap sinyal RF dari tembok. Ketika sinyal pantulan atau reflected signal ini 180 derajat polaritinya atau reverse terhadap direct signalnya, otomatis sinyalnya tercancel, ada namanya cancellation.
Okay, so some of the smart guys will say, Park, don't worry Park. I use the receiver in the field. Will I get drop out? Maybe no. But if you put the receiver next to the wall, inside the rack, then God bless you. Allah will protect you. But still, they created physics, so no choice, you will get the dropout.
Nah itu hasil akibatnya adalah apa dari cancellation tadi? Drop out signal RF-nya. Terus yang kita bilang, oh ini sinyalnya naik turun. Nah itulah drop off. Putus-putus, itulah drop off.
Now we use another antenna. Very important. One more antenna I can sell you more expensive. Okay? But let's see what you do. Okay? Not only I do okay, other brand also have 2 antenna. Correct? That's why very expensive.
Itulah sebabnya kenapa dual diversity selalu lebih mahal. Nah, advantage-nya ya itu. Ini mau dijelasin.
Okay, so when you have 2 antenna, the phase situation is different. It's not the same already. It's not sama-sama. Okay. So if one antenna have the disruptive frequency created, the other antenna still okay, pak, no problem. I still can jalan, no problem. Okay. So this is why all the major wireless brand, from the 2S brand to our brand to other proper wireless brand, will always have a true diversity. Very important. If you buy the brand and they say only satu antenna, then and you want to use this for show, then tak boleh lah, dangerous.
Nah, kalau yang dual diversity seandainya yang satu antena sinyalnya terganggu ini. If one antenna is suffering from a destructive interference. Kalau satu antena kena interference yang destruktif, masih ada satu probability, satu kemungkinan antena yang lain masih dapat sinyal yang bagus. Kamera boleh deketin nggak? Biar dapat pemahaman yang bisa nggak ini kamera di zoom atau didekatkan?
That's why in most wireless you see dua antenna,
Kelihatan
antenna
ya?
A, antenna B at the belakang there. Oh ya.
Kelihatan nggak ya? Boleh ditampilkan nggak? Supaya kita punya pemahaman yang sama tentang wireless gitu. Jadi waktu memilih device, memilih hardware pun nggak keliru. Kalau kita lihat di sini ada dua ya.
Yep.
RFA dan RFB. Inilah namanya dual diversity. Contoh satu antena saya tutup atau saya lepas. Antena satu saya lepas. Berarti kan sinyal RFB suffering from destructive interference yang tadi hilang. Tapi antena yang
so my body is good I put here then the RF okay because I'm creating the destructive frequency just now. Okay, and then if he remove one antenna, it's going to be even worse.
Nah, sekarang balik.
Okay. So these are all the things that you need to take note when you are setting out the wireless. Okay. Okay. So there's a lot of different diversity. Okay, like for example, the 81 that our MC is using the antenna switching, antenna phase switching. But most of the higher end models, be it from my brand or other brand, if the more expensive one will have the true diversity. That means there's actually two processing unit inside to choose the better signal.
Nah, ada namanya true diversity, ada yang ya bisa dibilang true diversity tanda kutip, kita nggak tahu itu yang mana. Tapi kadang-kadang terjadi seperti itu. Di sini kita benar-benar pakai dua processing untuk masing-masing antena. Kadang-kadang juga ada yang, maaf ngomong, ada yang pernah build wireless system, oh ini dual diversity, waktu dibuka satu, dibelah kedua antena. Sama antena, ini antena juga dua loh. Nah ini kan kita mesti ngerti benar-benar. Jangan sampai kita invest barang tapi kita nggak tahu konsepnya seperti apa.
Okay, so alright, so that's how you see this. Okay, so the antenna, this is the antenna switch. Antenna A, antenna B, and the tuner. Okay. The switching processor. Okay, this is switching diversity. That means the processing is between the two antennas, so it's a bit easy to make. Okay, but for the true diversity, that means antenna A and B have their own processor. Okay, so when antenna A AA, antenna B still can jalan because they're not sharing a lot of component. So it's easier for you to get better signal. Okay, so this is how.
Nah ini yang tadi baru saya cerita. Jadi ada satu processing untuk antenanya, untuk diversity-nya. Kalau ini kan benar-benar dua antena processing dan switching antena untuk kemudian keluar ke audio switch.
Okay, and which is why all the system, if they put on the spec true diversity, is expensive. Okay, but not so expensive. It's still affordable. But if you compare other brands, it's also, you guys will know, right? The cheaper one is always using the switching diversity because it's easier to make. But if you want the atas quality, the minimum, the good quality, then all the brands have a minimum level where they use the true diversity. For Audio Technica, it's the 2000. For Sennheiser, it's the EW100. For Shure, it's the SLX.
Ya, jadi kenapa kok true dual diversity itu lebih mahal? Sebenarnya bukan lebih mahal, tapi memang untuk kualitas itu memang compare ke jenis lain yang bukan dual diversity atau mungkin yang hanya dual diversity tanda kutip ya memang beda hasilnya kan. Itulah sebabnya kenapa memang kalau cenderung lebih mahal daripada yang lain ya. Untuk yang misalnya untuk pembelajaran, untuk ruang meeting, boardroom, mungkin ruang kelas, wah beli wirelessnya mahal ya yang ini. Ya memang begitu, karena yang dibutuhkan adalah tadi, kita harus maintain antara dari proses compression, expansion, kemudian sampai transmitting, kaitannya dengan diversity dari RF-nya. Sekarang misalnya udah ya pakai yang murah-murah, tapi seiring waktu berjalan, ini kok putus-putus ya, suaranya kok sember ya. Nah itu dia tadi. Inilah kenapa kok sekarang kita ngerti kenapa kok wireless system cost-nya itu seperti ini. Sistem seperti ini tuh kenapa kok kita harus siapkan budget, karena sistemnya ya memang begini.
Okay. Alright, so you guys still with me, haven't, okay, don't worry, okay? It's a bit painful today, I'll try to make it less painful. Okay, so another thing, have you guys heard of squelch? Yes?
Yang pernah dengar squelch? Teman-teman?
Yes, no? Yes, no?
Belum ada?
No, or yes, I am sure you know, okay? So squelch is the mute point of the system. What does it mean? It means if I set my squelch to high, then I reduce the range of my transmission. Okay? But it's also, why do we need squelch? So when we off our transmitter, no signal, the squelch is there to block away all the stray frequency, all those RF interference is to protect that. If we decrease the squelch, you get more range. Increase the squelch, reduce the range. So in some setting, especially in a school or hotel, they use squelch to control the range of the receiver and limit the receiving range. And this is how they can squeeze in more channel into the whole hotel building. Okay?
Nah ini ya namanya squel. Di belakang wireless biasanya ada tombol squel. Nah ini yang kita pahami sama-sama bahwa squels ini adalah ketika squelsnya kita tambah, naikkan squelsnya, range-nya makin sempit, makin pendek. Waktu range-nya kita turunkan, range-nya makin jauh. Nah ini sangat penting untuk ketika kita pakai dalam wireless di dalam tempat, misalnya sekolahan atau ruang kelas, ada banyak wireless. Kita perlu atur squelch-nya supaya lebih spesifik range-nya. Gitu. Jadi meminimalkan interference. Tetapi yang mesti kita ingat, seiring kita berubah squelch-nya, ada juga sebutannya bawaan, efek samping. Nah, ada efek samping dari squelch.
Okay, in audio terms, the squelch is like your gate. Okay, so if your gate is low, everything come in. Gate is high, nothing come in. Okay, so this is how you play with the squelch. Okay, so in most cases, right, we actually set it in the optimum level in the factory, optimum. But in most of the time, factory optimum is not your real life optimum. Okay, so you can play around, set it to make sure it suit your location.
Nah, ini ya grafiknya minimum squelch sama maksimum squelch ya. Nah, kita kalau lihat minimum squelch, range-nya lebih kecil. Nah itu.
Okay, then most of the time, every brand have this thing called pilot tone. You heard of this tone? This thing called pilot tone? Okay, so pilot tone wise, right, the receiver only open when the carrier frequency also had the pilot tone. And every brand is different. Okay, so you also send the information, the transmitter will send the information to receiver, my battery life, TX type, TSD, all this kind of thing. So this is the important thing about the pilot tone. Of course, if you want to sabotage your friends, and you know the pilot tone of a certain brand, you can use this to interfere with them. This has happened before. There was one time someone was doing a show, and the pilot tone was interfered by the remote RF dongle to open the car park gate. So whenever the car comes, and it happened because the pilot tone is the same, and nobody knew that until they were trying to check everything with a scanner. Then my gosh, it's the car park. So they have to change other things due to that. So this is something very interesting. Okay.
Jadi ada yang namanya pilot tone, di mana pilot tone ini pasti ada setiap merek, setiap brand, setiap tipe, dan itu pasti berbeda-beda. Jadi pilot tone ini dia akan membawa informasi dari hardware tersebut. Kayak tadi baterai, terus signal meter, contohnya seperti itu. Nah Peloton ini kalau disalahgunakan ya seperti tadi, bisa dipakai untuk interferen terhadap sistem RF yang lain.
Okay, so another thing is how far can I go? So everything will depend on your antenna, your transmitter output power, antenna user technique, receiver placement, and receiver sensitivity. Then do you need remote antenna? You know, what is the key thing? For UHF, it's always line outside. Okay. Okay, so what is an antenna? So this is an antenna. I think you all see this, but maybe other brand. So every brand will put their name there. It's free advertisement. Okay, so a lot of people will call this a pedal. Very wide bandwidth. You can get 400 to 900 or even higher depending on the construction of the thing. Very directional. Okay, it's to reduce interference from the back. From the front, we get around 6 dB in terms of gain. Okay, but you must aim properly. Because if you don't aim, if let's say I'm standing here, antenna is there facing me, boleh. But antenna there, but facing the other side, then I'm in the cancel zone, then I habis. Okay, very important. Where to point the antenna is where you point where the stage is or where the performance will be at.
Nah, ini antena sirip, kalau kita nyebutnya semua tahu ya antena sirip. Nah fungsinya apa? Ini untuk menjangkau range jangkauannya supaya lebih jauh. Cuman harus diingat arahnya di mana, pointingnya kemana. Jangan terus berpikir, oh asal punya antena sirip pasang aja. Yang perform ada di sana, antenanya ngadep ke sana. Karena antena ini sifatnya bukan omnidireksional. Antena sirip unidireksional. Jadi kita harus pointing kemana si performer pegang mikrofon. Oh mostly di atas panggung, antena sirip arahin ke panggung. Gitu. Jadi dia punya penguatan sinyal bagian depan antena itu sampai 6 desibel. Dan rejection di bagian belakang.
Okay, so this is how the antenna sees you. Okay?
Nah ini antena balunnya ya, arahnya direksional antena sirip.
Okay, so there's other thing. There's a ground plane antenna. I think other brands might have it, but we don't make it anymore because first thing is very troublesome to set up. You need 2 or 3 orang to do it. So I'll skip this. All right. And it's not practical at all for shows.
Antena sirkular ya ini masih kalau di militer masih dipakai, masih ada, masih pakai.
Okay, then the Yagi beam, you always see that a lot on our rooftop for the TV, right? Correct. You can actually use this for RF for show, but you need to make sure that you know the frequency length. Okay, because for this, right, you have a lot of gain, 7 to 10 dB of gain. But you must also the same. The Yagi beam, very narrow bandwidth, you must aim properly. If you aim salah, habis.
Ini eksternal antena yang lain selain antena sirip dan antena ground plane tadi, ada Yagi beam ini antena TV. Itulah sebabnya kenapa kok yang TV zaman dulu pakai antena seperti ini, putar ke sana, putar ke sini. Sampai tiba-tiba langsung dapat, nah ini bagus. Karena coveragenya sangat sempit, jadi spesifik kita harus benar-benar arahkan. Keluar dari coveragenya sedikit, gambarnya kabur. Keluar dari area sedikit, suaranya sember. Nah itu salah satu contoh antena eksternal.
Okay. Of course, this is very popular. Okay, so the helical antenna, we see a lot of this, right, in all the shows, right? Highly directional. Okay, long range from the front, rejection from the back. It will increase your antenna gain by 9 to 13 dB. Okay, must be aimed properly. So a lot of people use this for IEM. Okay, why? Because it's circular polarized. If you use this as a transmission antenna, you are not on the vertical plane or horizontal plane anymore. Your antenna, your RF signal for the transmitter is transmitted in the circular plane. Why do we use that? Because when we are using the IEM, it's never vertical or never horizontal. It's always somewhere up there in all the different positions. So this reduces the dropout risk when you are having a circular transmission.
Nah, ini salah satu contohnya adalah helical antenna ini ya. Ini kalau yang di dunia performance banyak kan dipakai untuk in-ear monitor. Gitu. Ya, karena apa? Biasanya body pack-nya naruhnya nggak tentu. Dan dia model gelombang sinyalnya bukan horizontal atau vertikal, tapi circular. Jadi muter gitu kan. Kalau kita breakdown, kita visualize sinyal radionya.
That
Dan
being said,
dia
right,
penguatan sinyalnya paling tinggi sampai 9 desibel.
you can actually use this as a receiver antenna also, but you need to aim. So a lot of the sports people use this to receive all the sports broadcasts. I mean, not say the sports broadcast, but if they are trying to get longer range, they also use this. But you must aim properly.
Begitu juga di sport arena karena venue-nya rata-rata terbilang sangat besar, jadi antena jenis ini banyak dipakai di situ juga.
Okay, so next thing, wow, antenna cable. This is the number one cause of all your RF problem. Okay, not you guys, but some other guys. Okay, so wireless system need to use 50 ohm. Please do not use 75 ohm.
Nah ini kabel antena, ini masalah utama di sistem wireless. Yang sering kali terjadi karena kabelnya nggak cocok impedansinya.
Okay, so RG58 cheaper. Okay, you can use for short cable run 6 meter, maximum 10 meter. Okay, because once you run 10 meter, you get minus 7 dB. Wow, it means if I use my fin antenna plus 6 and minus 7, oh, I'm minus 1 dB in my strength. Oh my god. Okay, but if you can use RG8, very expensive, but you have lesser RF loss or signal loss.
Nah itu kabel antena ada yang RG58, ada juga RG8 dengan karakteristik yang berbeda-beda. Nah itu kita mesti take account pada waktu kita membangun sistem atau kita menyusun perangkat-perangkat yang akan dipakai di dalam wireless system.
This slide is supported by Canary and Belden because they can sell more cable more expensive.
Jadi ini kabel dari brand Canary dan Belden yang data yang
Joking.
dipanggil.
Okay. Alright. So most important thing, right, is that same thing with every connector, you drop signal. So you more use a lot of connector, you think it's good? No, it's not good. You minus your signal. Okay? So don't give money to Ethanol or Swisscraft or Nutric, you know. The more connector you have, even for audio, the more XLR plug you plug, your signal actually degrade because it's actually a signal loss.
Begitu juga dengan konektornya. Konektornya semakin banyak konektornya, lossesnya juga nambah. Jadi usahakan supaya seminimal mungkin konektornya. Mungkin hanya di ujung-ujung tanpa harus pakai converter atau sambungan atau semacamnya.
Okay, so this is just a graph to let you take a look. Like if you use RG58, RG8, what's the distance that you need when you plus 6 dB or plus 12 dB on the booster? Okay, so if you use RG58, maximum you can run is around 15 meters, and then you need to use, actually anything less than this amount, right, you still need to use the booster. Make sure that there's no signal drop, okay?
Nah ini ya chart dari jangkauannya kalau pakai RG58 dan RG8 ini udah banyak di internet, banyak kalkulatornya, RG8 kalkulator, RG58 kalkulator yang sangat membantu kita untuk menghitung. Ini kan kabelnya aman berapa meter nih, dropnya berapa dB nih. Nah itu kita bisa searching banyak untuk kalkulatornya.
So especially for like some of you guys who do installation, I have this installation before. They run from the control room in the hotel. They put 2 fin very nicely. They put there, can cover everything. They use RG8, but they run I think around 50 meters. They never use booster. Then after they complain, drop out. I use the antenna distributor. I use the antenna, but why you still drop out? Then I ask them, I don't see the booster part. Oh, no need booster part. I use RG8. But if your distance is more than the usable distance, then you get lost because of resistance. You still need to use a booster. Okay?
Nah itu kadang-kadang yang di corporate atau yang di AV IT pasti mungkin ngerti. Di ballroom atau ballroom, meeting room, oh kita udah pasang antena sirip 2 di situ. Tapi kok masih ada drop out ya? Kok ngedrop ya sinyalnya ya? Kabelnya apa? Terus, oh ternyata kabel yang dipakai, oh udah kabel RG8 misalnya. Tapi kita nggak memperhatikan bahwa batasan dari kabel itu di mana kita harus taruh booster. Di mana kita nggak perlu booster. Kadang-kadang kita lupa itu. Nah itulah gunanya ada ini referensi ini supaya kita bisa tahu, oh harus booster atau enggak. Gitu.
Okay, so another thing, antenna distribution. Okay, a lot of people think, oh my God, Park Jin-fu, you're trying to sell me more item, right? Antenna distributor, wow, I don't need, right? You see, I put there, everything all there, clustered together, all the rabbit ear, very cute, kawaii. But once you do that, there are actually a lot of eddy frequencies, a lot of interference frequencies that will appear from there. So the reason why we use an antenna distributor to combine everything is to reduce all of this possibility. And then we combine into nice, one pair, very cantik, very pretty, very easy. And then also for branding, you can see the logo. Okay, but the key thing is to reduce all these interference frequency when you have a proper distribution. Okay? Go battery. Okay.
Nah, antena distribution. Kenapa kok kita perlu antena distribution gitu? Kan taruh gini aja bisa. Nah, itu pertanyaan itu kan sering muncul di antara kalangan di user atau dari kalangan leader. Misalnya, Pak kita perlu antena distribution. Ngapain itu taruh aja cukup kok. Nah, tapi jangan lupa taruh aja. Terus tempatnya di mana? Di dalam rak. Udah kelar hidup kita. Nah, ingat tadi. Cik. Tadi frekuensinya gampang terhalang. Terus nggak ada antena distribution. Nah itulah gunanya kenapa ada pakai antena sirip dengan antena distribution supaya dia bisa combine. Karena antena sirip ini punya range frekuensi yang lebar. Kedua, penguatan sinyalnya. Nah itu, kenapa kita pakai antena distribution.
Okay, so a lot of brands, all the brands have their own distributor, correct? But just to take note wise, right, I would recommend that if you want to buy any of the antenna distributor, make sure that you buy a more professional brand. Okay, don't buy all the weird brand that you never heard before. It's because always remember, rubbish in, rubbish out. If your antenna distributor is rubbish, then God bless you. Okay, so why? Because RF component is always expensive. Okay, and the key thing, why, like for example, let's say for Audio Technica, Shure, Sennheiser, we have a 4 receiver in into 1 pair out, correct? It will say 4 receiver into 1 pair out, correct? But if you use other more atas brand like VCCom and you want to buy their RF distributor, it's very expensive because they can take 8 in, but the processing inside and the component quality does not give you degrading. Same thing, Audio Technica, Shure, Sennheiser, our RF distributor, there's no degrading in the signal. But you use other brand, I cannot guarantee. We have people who use other brand and then they scold me, but your receiver no good. Then I say, okay, what are you using? Yeah, I use the antenna distributor. Then I say, what brand? Oh, sorry, we cannot guarantee the performance when you use that kind of low-end brand. Every component will give a different effect on the RF. If it's lousy, you get a lot of loss even before you combine. Okay, so that's very important. I'm not saying this to sell you more expensive stuff, but this is always very important. If you have a rubbish DA, then you get a rubbish signal. Okay, but you have a good DA, it will maintain the consistency of the signal without any signal loss.
Nah, ini sering terjadi ya ketika di instalasi yang cukup besar atau instalasi permanen yang pada tempat-tempat apa itu commercial building itu atau ballroom, meeting room, sering kali terjadi di mana antena distribusinya itu nggak cocok. Asal pokoknya ini bisa kok, ini 4 channel juga antena distribusinya. Sama, Audio Technica berapa channel antena distributornya? 4. Oh ini juga sama, brand X 4 juga. Udah pakai. Tapi kita nggak mikir bahwa yang tadi, yang proses awal tadi, proses mengkonvert signal tadi. Ya kalau dia konverter digital analognya nggak bagus ya yang keluar jelek juga. Terus yang disalahin nanti entah wireless sistemnya atau antena distribution sistemnya. Padahal problemnya kita nggak take into account mana barang yang kita harus integrasikan gitu. Karena tadi masing-masing komponen untuk menginskripsi datanya itu sendiri-sendiri beda-beda gitu. Jadi nggak semua antena distributor bisa dipakai. Bukan berarti tadi bukannya aku mau jual lebih banyak, tapi supaya kita semua ngerti gitu. Poinnya adalah supaya kita semua understand, kita ngerti. Yang bergerak di bidang AV, di bidang IT, building, yang bergerak di bidang dunia pertunjukan, kita semua ngerti paham fundamental ini.
Okay, so we got two distributors, so it really depends. So the A version allow you to cascade. That means DA49A, you can cascade 4 more to supply to 16 wireless. Okay? But the DA49B, you cannot cascade. So it's a limitation on the system itself.
Oke, ini kalau dari Audio Technica ada yang jumlahnya sampai 16 channel, ada juga yang terbatas di 4 channel ya. Tetapi bisa di cascade, yang 4 channel ini bisa cascade jadi bisa 8 gitu.
Okay. So most important thing, place the antenna line of sight. Okay? Even if you use the whip antenna, also try to line of sight. Okay? Then you need to, the best way is that for your fin and your remote antenna, one wavelength apart. If they're too close, they behave like satu antenna. Correct? I mean, I've seen one installation before, they put the two fins side by side, like best buddy, and after that drop out. Okay? Make sure you have the distance for the diversity. The distance is for your diversity. Okay? Then you have the unity. All right? Same thing, if you put the antenna very far apart, like maybe 10 meters apart, then they will also behave like single antenna. But of course, if they are 10 meters apart, maybe if you're lucky wise, right, the cancelling of the frequency doesn't appear on antenna B, but on A, you are still safe. All right, but if you are so far apart that they may react like single antenna, then no point. Okay?
Nah, fin antena atau antena sirip tadi pun itu juga ada kriterianya di mana penempatannya. Di mana penempatannya at least satu panjang gelombang. Misalnya wireless kita runningnya di frekuensi 480 MHz. Satu panjang gelombangnya berapa? Minimal jarak antar antenanya sedemikian rupa. Jadi tidak hanya sekedar asal kita mau mounting antenanya permanen. Udah jejerin aja. Hasilnya nggak optimal juga. Padahal udah pakai itu. Karena apa? Kita nggak kembali kepada dasar cara beroperasinya radio frekuensi. Jadi yang kayak gini-gini kita juga baru tahu.
Okay, then of course, like when will you need the fin antenna? Longer room, bigger room. You need more range because there's a plus 6 dB. Or when you want directivity, because this behave like hypercardioid. And then of course, when other brand no stock, auto expensive, and you can trust Audio Technica because made in Japan, please buy. Because it's the same. Be it Audio Technica or other brand, if it's a well-made antenna, it's the same. Okay? You don't need to pay for the made in US or made in Germany. It's still a good antenna.
Itu di mana kapan kita butuh antenanya, apakah kita perlu direksional atau kita perlu coverage yang lebar, itu kan kita juga mesti ngerti. Karena kan antena ini berfungsi dengan polar pattern hypercardioid. Nah kemarin kan udah jelasin, cardioid, supercardioid, hypercardioid itu seperti apa polar patternnya. Ketika kita combine dua antena, kita apa yang berusaha kita capai, apakah kita posisikan sedemikian rupa atau dipole sehingga selebar mungkin. Nah itu kan kita harus tahu kapan kita perlu seperti ini, kapan perlu seperti itu.
Okay. And wow, we got something nice. Okay, so the A410P is a very small antenna. The reason why Kairos cannot show you today because I got no stock, but it looks something like this, but smaller around here, palm size. The reason why we created this antenna is very simple. You can put in the church, put in the mosque, put in the boardroom, and it's approved because the IDC, oh, so pretty, what color they like. But you use the pedal, Pak, you got to be kidding, Pak. My boardroom so pretty, you want to put this ugly thing there. So it's different. So Audio Technica, we are one of the few brands. In fact, we are the only one in the world that has something like this. This is an active antenna. If you need a plus 6 gain, plus 12 gain, boleh. If you need to have ID approved, they want the cantik, very pretty, kawaii type. No, really, because when you have something like this, white color you put there, the interior designer first thing, wow, okay. Then the next question they ask, can we paint on it or not? Yes, you can. But make sure that your paint, no lead, no metal content. Then it's boleh. Okay?
Nah, salah satu solusi yang dipunyai Audio Technica adalah antena eksternal tipe 410p ini, di mana kita bisa mounting di dinding atau di plafon, bukan hanya mengandalkan antena sirip. Kalau di dalam ruang kelas seperti ini, kemudian di dalam meeting room, ballroom, atau boardroom, di mana itu mungkin interiornya perlu yang looks-nya bagus, kita taruh antena sirip mungkin apa ini ya kok nggak cocok juga. Tapi kalau yang seperti ini mungkin ditaruh di sini, di dalam ruang kelas, tidak mengganggu tapi fungsi wirelessnya tetap terpenuhi.
So we have other brands who also buy this antenna to use because this is the only antenna that interior designer say okay. Because if you have the fin, tak boleh. Correct.
Bahkan brand wireless lain beli ke Audio Technica untuk dipakai di sistem mereka karena ya itu untuk masuk ke ranah interior nggak bisa, hanya mereka yang bisa, hanya Audio Technica yang punya yang seperti ini.
Okay, so when you have long cable run for the RF cable, please use the booster, and this is the reason why. Okay, so a lot of people ask question, but so where should I put the booster? From antenna booster or antenna cable and then booster? Which one is the right answer? Any guess?
Ada yang tahu naruh booster antena di mana? Booster, kabel lalu antena atau receiver kemudian booster duluan?
Anybody going to guess? No? No? Okay. No worry, because everybody tired, everybody also shy. Okay, so most important, antenna, you boost, then you go to the cable. Why? Your antenna is supposed to receive the signal, right? And then you boost the signal, then the signal, wow, very big. And then the signal need to run all the way from point A to point B and meet all the resistance. Then you will lose the signal again. The reason why you boost is to increase the signal strength or give him enough makan to let it run all the way and fight against the resistance. Then you can go back to the receiver with the correct signal. Okay? So if you boost, you put the booster at the belakang side, my antenna here, I receive the signal, then I go all the way back, and then my signal become very small, and then I boost the noise. That's why. So if you do the other way, you get more dropout, you get more because you're boosting the noise, but you're boosting the wrong thing. Okay?
Nah itu ya, ketika kita pakai antena eksternal, boosternya di mana? Boosternya adalah ketika keluar dari antena. Jadi sinyal yang ditangkap antena dan mau ditransmit di kabel, itu yang dikuatin duluan. Supaya nyampe ke receiver, sinyalnya masih bagus. Tetapi kalau tadi ditaruhnya di dekat receiver, sinyalnya udah habis dulu di antena. Sinyal plus noise nyampe di situ, dinaikin noise-nya lebih gede daripada sinyal. Jadi itu sinyalnya ya nggak bersih, terbalik naruhnya. Makanya kadang-kadang di antena sirip kita suka lihat ada kayak kotakan di situ. Nah itulah ada booster di situ. Kita bisa milih dropnya -3, 0 atau berapa.
Okay, so this is our splitter combiner, passive. That means signal go in, I split to 2. Why do I need to use this? Maybe from one fin antenna, I don't want to buy the distributor. One antenna, I split to 2 receiver. Boleh. Okay? Or I can use the other way. I have 2 set of antenna, room A, room B. I combine the signal, go back to my DA. Also can. Or if you have even more complex, I have 3 room, 4 room. I want to combine all the antenna together. You can also use this. But do take note, the more combiner you use or splitter, your signal would drop because there's resistance. Okay?
Contoh, Pak, wireless saya pengen bisa dipakai di room A sama room B. Dua-duanya bisa dipakai semua, tapi control roomnya beda tempat. Gimana caranya? Kita bisa pakai alat ini, antena splitter, supaya di room A kita bisa taruh antena eksternal, room B kita punya antena eksternal, lalu kita combine dengan alat ini supaya sinyal RF-nya nyampe ke receiver. Tapi jangan lupa, seiring kita nambah konektor tadi apa, lossesnya juga makin banyak. Jadi kita mesti pertimbangkan juga. Mesti tahu, oh nanti akan lossnya sekian dB. Nah itu konsekuensi itu kita mesti terima juga.
Okay. I think you see this easier, right? With the
gini.
image, easy. Antenna, sorry the Nihongo I forget already. Input, in, then out, I split to the receiver A and the receiver B. Okay?
Ini ya, room A, room B punya mic sendiri, pengen bisa dipakai di sana atau Sebaliknya bisa dipakai di semua ruangan.
Okay. Or I can combine two antenna in different room, come back to here, and then go into my system. Okay, so this is how you use the combiner splitter.
Nah ini ya, biasanya kalau di corporate AV building biasanya kita perlu tahu yang kayak gini-gini karena biasanya kan bisa dipindah-pindah, bisa di swap ke sana sini wirelessnya di ruang meeting yang multiple room. Biasanya aplikasi kayak gini sangat diperlukan.
Okay, of course, you know. So how many systems can be operate simultaneously? Okay. Of course, this one tak boleh simultaneously but not in the same location. Okay. So in 253 is the maximum channel that we did in the Olympic game. But we did a lot of calculation. We do max and calculate like mad. Okay, to make sure that it happened. So this is actually a photo in the Olympic games that we were doing long time ago.
253 channel RF jadi ya Olympic Game. Tapi itu pun di Olympic Game tadi di Jinfu bilang tidak asal pasang. Kita calculate dulu, lalu running calculate supaya mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik. Jadi tidak sekedar pasang-pasang. Tapi selalu kalkulasi, take into account faktor-faktor kayak tadi kabel, konektor dan kawan-kawan.
Okay, so welcome back to physics again. Sorry guys. Okay, so frequency spacing. Okay, so this is what happened. Okay, frequency of the receiver. All right. Okay, so what's frequency spacing? So let's say, okay, so frequency A is 802, frequency B is 803. Okay, now what is this? These are all the intermodulation frequency. Okay. Deng.
Nah ini ya, ketika dikalkulasi dengan benar frekuensi A 802, frekuensi 803, ada namanya intermodulation antar frekuensi. Nah itu yang terjadi. Ada frekuensi anaknya.
So things to think, the more receiver you have or more channel you have, the more intermodulation. Okay, so this only 2 channel. Okay.
Ini baru 2 channel. Frekuensi anaknya intermodulation frekuensinya 2. Kalau 253 berarti berapa ya?
So you cannot, you cannot like Pak, I use 802, 803, boleh ya? Okay, later I use 801, 804, right? Boleh? No, tak boleh. They already taken care, the intermodulation already park the car there, you cannot use. Okay?
Kita mau pakai frekuensi sebelahnya, oh nggak bisa, udah ada isinya tuh, interferennya ada di situ, distorsi frekuensi ada di situ. Jadi harus scan lagi atau pindah kemana yang nggak ada dengan rumus matematika tadi.
Okay, now this is the part that I hate. Okay, 2 frequency, 2 additional. 3, 6, 4, 12, 5, 20, 20, 380. Okay, 50, oh my God, 2,450. So the first thing other people say, right, is that, but I do arts, no, but I'm not physician, I don't want to calculate how. Most of the brand have the software to help you do the calculation and planning. So don't need to worry, okay? This one we can teach you all next time. Okay?
N ya?
N. Frequency equal to N to the power
modulationnya
of
sebanyak itu. Tapi kan kita ada software untuk monitoringnya. Jadi semua brand pasti ada software untuk separation frekuensinya, kita untuk pilah-pilah mana yang bisa dipakai.
Okay. Alright, so scanning function. Okay, so you scan. Okay, so on stage, you see like this. Okay. But then, okay. So they will tell you what can you use because it also calculate and let you know the intermodulation and okay. Alright, so if there are 5 systems added on the stage, but there's also already 5 operating, what will happen? If you never calculate, you get drop out because you will intermodulate, then you harvest. Okay? So in short, if I want to sabo you, if let's say I don't like you park, I will take one wireless, I on, and I see how you mati. Yes, because if let's say you already have 16 there, then I put the frequency very close, then you harvest. Okay? So even in this situation, maybe the scan will not work. That's why what we usually do is that you have the onboard scanning. We also have the software to do the planning, so that we can avoid all this nonsense.
Jadi itu ya 5 wireless system ditambahin ke 5 wireless system yang sudah ada di situ. Nah, possibility-nya bisa banyak tuh. Terus kemudian satu wireless system bisa ngacak-acak yang udah jalan 8 biji. Nah itu nanti ada sebuah software yang bisa membantu untuk memilah-pilah.
Okay, so next thing, a lot of people don't take notice of this. So this is RF gain. Okay, so the squelch is this level, right? So below is the noise floor, correct? And then after that, our headroom is over here. Our transmitter at 2 meters is here. Okay, then we use the halfway antenna. After I have 30 meter of RG58, I'm minus 21 GB. Not enough. Okay, then my signal drop. Then I use a passive splitter. Minus 14 dB. Another drop. Alright, then after that, I drop again. And I go below my headroom. Okay, then habis. Okay, so if I change, I use the fin antenna plus 6 dB. Alright, then I use 1 meter RG8, okay, minus 1 dB. I use the booster plus 10 dB. Alright, after that I use another booster. Okay, I plus more. I go to my DA. And then after that, this will happen. Is this better or not?
Nah ini ya, yang kalau kita yang di ranah instalasi permanen corporate biasanya ini yang suka terjadi juga. Kita nggak take into account drop out ini, kadang-kadang kita nggak pertimbangkan, tapi kita siapin, kita udah siapkan jalur antenanya, ada konektor BNC ada di dalam ruangannya, control roomnya di lantai 2, ballroomnya di lantai 3 misalnya, beda lantai. Tapi kita nggak ngitung, nggak mikirin itu, asal tarik kabel antenanya aja. Yang terjadi apa? Yang waktu masuk receiver drop outnya terlalu banyak. Terus masuk ke mixer, bayangin sinyal yang udah drop outnya banyak, gainnya dinaikin. Nah berarti sinyal yang nggak bagus itu kita buka gede di sini kan. Gitu. Nah, tetapi beda dengan kalau kita menggunakan komponen yang benar. Dari sinyal dikirim oleh antena nyampe ke receiver malah lebih gede daripada sinyal asli yang malah jauh lebih bagus. Jadi pemahaman ini saya harap kita semua bisa nangkep ya.
Okay, so let's see. Alright, so if there's too much gain, alright, then all your intermodulation frequency come up. Okay, in addition, there's a possibility to generate even more intermodulation because your gain is so high. Okay? So if you overgain your antenna, you think it's good? No, it's not good. Too much of the good stuff is no good. Too much of good stuff become fat. Then tak boleh, no good.
Nah ini ya, antena gain juga bisa menambahkan intermodulation lagi. Nah kenapa kalau kita seperti tadi tambahkan booster. Karena kan kita berusaha memaintain ya. Jadi memaintain supaya gainnya stabil. Jadi kita harus kembali lagi pada komponen apa yang kita mau mesti pakai supaya gainnya stabil nyampe di receiver.
Okay, so for example, if let's say you're using the Shure antenna, it's always active, correct? But your Shure antenna
aktif.
But your Shure antenna is next to your receiver, so your RF cable maybe maximum 5 meter. Okay, in this situation that you are so close to your receiver and you use the active antenna, try to see whether you can set it to 0. You don't need to boost. If you boost, you think you get more signal? No, you get more intermodulation, then you get more issue. Okay, if you don't need to boost it, don't boost it. Unless you really need to boost, then you boost. Only reason why you need to boost is when you have long cable run. Okay, if you have short cable run, don't boost.
Nah jadi kalau kabel kita pendek misal tadi cuma 5 meter, ya set di 0 dB pun juga sudah cukup karena nggak harus di boost, nggak harus selamanya kita boost. Ketika kita boost, sinyal intermodulasinya juga ikutan naik gitu kan.
Okay, so you boost, you are in the red zone. Number boost, also in the red zone. So you need to plan properly to make sure that you're inside the safety zone. Okay?
Nah, ketika kita nambahkan booster lagi, yang kita harus pertimbangkan adalah supaya sinyalnya stabil. Kembali lagi pada sinyal stabil, supaya sinyal aslinya di situ, intermodulasinya juga udah di situ aja, nggak usah ikutan naik. Gitu.
Okay, take note. Okay, if you double the distance, 6 dB. Half the distance, you plus 6. Human body, aku, minus 25 dB. I fat. Okay, maybe it was sunny. Maybe sunny,
sunny.
minus 30.
Lost. Sunny lost.
Yeah, maybe Karuna, minus 20 dB. Okay, one thing to take note, right? If you want to sabotage, you get all the fat people, go to the antenna, maybe you will have dropout because we will absorb the RF. Okay, but you're mostly skinny, so okay, no problem.
Jadi gitu. Kalau mau ngalangin taruh aja yang gede-gede di sini, ngalangin deh. Drop out dah sinyalnya.
Okay. So this is roughly how they add on, okay, in the RF game. So always take note that if you need to boost, you're boosting against your minus, okay, so that you in the final stage they come back, you still got the positive RF, but too much also no good, okay. Okay, so let's go and recap. Let's go and see. Okay, let's say when to use a 2000 series for Audio Technica, you need less than 10 channel, and the customer need the easy to use wireless because the 2000 series, the on off is here. Okay, so for the corporate customer or the people who are very smart but no practical, don't know anything, on off boleh. At least they know how to on off, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is very easy to set up. Very good for the corporate and hotel customer who need only on off switch.
Seri 2000 dari Audio Technica ini didesain untuk penggunaan yang lebih simple, di mana hanya perlu on off aja udah nggak usah pusing. Jadi setupnya lebih mudah karena dia hanya terbatas pada 10 frekuensi.
Okay, so 2000 series affordable is the true diversity, 10 channel per band. You can on off the antenna power of the transmitter to 30 or 10 milliwatt. You can rack mount detachable antenna. You can use with the DA. All right, the Pro 41 is a good capsule. All right, you can use AA and optional charging bay. So this is good for the corporate hotel charging bay kind of thing. Okay?
Ya, aksesorisnya juga lengkap, ada charging, kemudian berbagai aksesorisnya. Dan ini biasanya aksesoris yang sangat dibutuhkan untuk tempat-tempat corporate, gitu. Hotel, ballroom, meeting room. Biasanya kita kalau di project yang installation permanen selalu minta equipment ini selalu ada.
Okay, then 3000 is when you need more channel because this is 48 megahertz. You can squeeze in a lot more frequencies for this 3000 series, and also you can also
Nah, seri yang 3000 lebih fleksibel, frekuensi range-nya lebih besar, kemudian kapsulnya juga interchangeable.
So if you have customer who want to use the SM58 capsule, boleh. Or you want to use other more atas brand like DPA, also boleh. Earthworks also boleh. All this kind of thing. So this is the standard thread. You can use the standard capsule on this thing. Alright. This also means you can upgrade if you need to.
Ya, jadi karena kapsulnya bisa interchangeable, kita bisa milih mau pakai kapsul apa. Jadi wireless yang ada di kelasnya rata-rata semua bisa interchangeable ya. Kita bisa pakai kapsul Telefunken misalnya, DPA. Nah, tergantung mana yang lebih kita prefer soundnya. Gitu.
Okay, so alright. We also have this in the network version. You can use it to link the software for scanning.
Nah, seri ini bisa terintegrasi di networking system supaya kita bisa lakukan monitoring frekuensi radionya.
Okay, so the 3000, all right. We are the only brand that you can configure the switch here for backup frequency. So if you are singing halfway, got interference, you press here, you will switch to your backup frequency.
Nah, salah satu fiturnya adalah backup frekuensi. Di microphone ini ketika ada lagi tengah-tengah dipakai, kemudian ada trouble, langsung dipencet tombolnya, dia switch ke frekuensi backupnya. Jadi redundant.
All right, we also have the 3000 digital. Everybody will say, bro, you have digital, other brand also have. So what's the difference between the 3000 digital and other brand? We also have AES 256, but we have a PIN code for enhanced security. Means if I configure this with a PIN code 8888, because I orang China, I like 8, and the receiver, there's no PIN code, or the receiver PIN code is 1234. My transmitter transmit to the receiver. Receiver say, what's the password? No password. Go. No allowed. Okay. So this protect your system against idiots like me who try to interfere with you or try to cut in. So to the receiver, any transmission without any PIN code, you're not allowed in. Super security. Only with the PIN code, then I can come in. So this protect your transmission and your receiving.
Jadi itulah bedanya yang seri 3000 ya, seri 3000 digital. Wireless, digital wireless system, banyak ya, banyak brand. Tapi yang membedakan apa? Secara security. Terutama yang kita bermain di area corporate, kemudian yang banyak membutuhkan privacy. Nah ini salah satu fiturnya adalah security. Jadi tidak hanya sekedar suara dibawa oleh radio frekuensi lalu dibuka. Nggak sesimpel itu. Nggak sesederhana itu, tapi masih banyak lagi fitur di mana seperti tadi Jinru bilang PIN code, di mana data udah masuk, tapi nggak bisa asal sekedar di expansion lagi. Jadi ada konfirmasi kodenya nih, bener nggak? Nah, saya cerita pengalaman pribadi, ketika kami bergerak di satu proyek tertentu, nah, salah satu hal security ini adalah yang diminta. Enkripsinya seperti apa? Bisa nggak kalau ada itu lagi diambil? Suaranya mereka juga dengar. Nah, ini juga salah satu advantage dari wireless system seri 3000. Jadi enkripsi data yang dibawa udah, yang bisa ngobrol ya ini dan ini aja udah gitu.
Okay, of course the 5000, if you need more channels in the project, this is a lot wider in the frequency range. You need exchangeable head, you need dual compending for better audio. So there was this pastor from Philippines, Pastor Anthony, who tried our 5000 series with a DPA and tried the 5000 series, the DPA with a other S brand. He went to buy the 5000 because of the compending. He said this is the first time he tried the mic and feel that it's super natural and super good with no distortion.
Nah ini yang seri berikutnya 5000, seri di atasnya yang dipakai Jinsfu. Pengalaman Jinsfu di Filipina dipakai oleh seorang pastor dan menurut user proses compendingnya, compression dan expansionnya, proses compendingnya yang paling bagus adalah seri 5000. Jadi dia decide untuk go with the 5000 series instead of yang S brand yang lain.
Okay, so the question is that, well, people ask, so Pak, why other brand got digital and why our thing very different? Okay, so Audio Technica, our focus is on audio quality. The compending must be good. Okay, whereas for other brand, what they want is to squeeze as many channels as they can into the limited space. So when you squeeze many people together into the space, you must forgo something. Correct? There's nothing. Okay, so if you want fast, it's not cheap. You want slow, maybe it's cheaper. But you want good quality and fast, you must pay more money. Correct? So this is the law. The triangle law is always there. So if you want everything, can squeezing many channels, all this and that, everything, then your audio quality will drop. I'm not saying that the audio quality is bad, but comparing into an analog system, there will be certain difference. Okay, so there are a lot of people who tried and they do agree with that, and this is why Audio Technica still do analog, because we will never let go of the analog audio because the quality is there. Yeah, and that's why guitarists always buy tube amp. They don't believe in the emulator or this kind of thing. Yeah.
Ya itulah ya, seperti yang diceritakan kemarin, Audio Technica bikin produk karena dia mau produknya itu bagus. Jadi tidak seperti misalnya mungkin ya brand lain, pokoknya channel ini masih bisa nih, RF masih bisa digencet, gencet terus, ada produk lagi, gencet terus supaya bisa jalan lebih banyak. Tapi idealisme company ini agak berbeda, jadi barangku ini bagus, idealismenya seperti ini, yaitu idealisme harus bagus seperti itu. Kita mau bagus ya mesti keluar cost.
Okay, so I know Q&A is waiting for me, right? Yeah, so let's go and do the Q&A. Boleh?
Q&A masih bisa ya?
Masih bisa Q&A? Sesi tanya jawab masih bisa? Sudah bisa dimulai? Oke, jadi setelah satu hari sesi yang banyak sekali ilmu yang kita dapatkan hari ini dari yang istilahnya dari materinya ya masih lumayan ringan sampai yang berat-berat, sampai yang keluar rumusnya juga, sampai yang rumit-rumit juga, sampai hal yang sangat deep dive into the technical stuff itu juga udah keluar juga. Sekarang buat teman-teman silahkan bagi yang punya pertanyaan dipersilakan.
Oke, silakan untuk teman-teman atau rekan-rekan semuanya sudah paham semua?
Sepertinya baru bangun.
Baru bangun. Tapi memang masalah teknis ya, kalau saya tentang teknis itu kurang begitu tahu. Yang penting kalau MC mah mikrofon dipakai enak, suaranya enak gitu. Oke, yang depan bagaimana? Ada pertanyaan nggak? Oke, enggak?
Tidak ada pertanyaan?
Tidak ada? Tidak ada?
Samping
Cukup?
belakang?
Oke.
Selamat sore, nama saya David. Mau nanya ke Mr. Jinfu. Audio teknika ini kan, cokin bahasa. Audio teknika kan tadi ada punya sistem untuk manage wireless sistemnya ya Mas. Dia bisa, yang mau saya tanyain, kalau misalnya kita pakai beberapa mikrofon atau wireless tuh bisa di grup enggak, terus kalau kena interference tadi kita bisa move frekuensinya with one click apa enggak? Kayak sistem lain misalnya yang logonya hijau itu atau yang dari perusahaan yang Jerman itu misalnya.
So,
makasih.
Question is the wireless system from the Audio Technica, if we use several devices.
Can we group them into one?
Group the frequency so it's not mess up each other, and then is it possible to move to the backup frequency with one click?
Okay, so let's. Can we switch to the? Can we switch? Okay, sorry, this is my fault. Okay, so chotomate, let me do this. Okay, so if you are going, okay, so this is the Audio Technica Wireless Manager. So let's see, we can also add Sennheiser, Shure, Electrosonic, and other brand. Okay, so let's say we go by this, we add maybe 4 devices, and then we go for this, we add 4. Okay, then we go to frequency coordination. Okay, so from here wise, right, you can do the backup frequency if you want to. So you can on it, and then you can select whether you want to group or whichever channel, or you can separately calculate the backup frequency using the system itself. So how do I do that? It's very simple. For example, let's say I add 4 more receivers. Okay, so I add 4 more of these guys. I add, and then after that, I'm not connected to that, so I do a RF scan, all right, and then I add all these guys in, okay, and then I do let's calculate. So this calculating without my scan. So these are all the frequencies that the system feel that it will be okay. All right. So what we do is that we can, after we input all these 4, this other frequency, we can put inside the backup frequency in, okay, don't save. So we can actually use the frequency and we can set the backup frequency over here. And then once it's inside there, you can just use this to press 1 time to activate the backup frequency. So this is a bit easy. The backup frequency wise, right, is if you're scanning and then but if someone bring another receiver and come in and screw you up, the backup frequency is to help you. All right. Of course, you will say that, but other brand, they have the very, the Asian, you can do all this, right? But this is less than $1,000 US. Okay, so for something like this, right, the reason why we did the backup frequency is to give you an option to save yourself when you cannot afford the ASIAN. Will Audio Technica do something like that? It depends. But one thing that we do not agree with the Asian engineer, it's a good wireless, I'm not saying it's bad, but to us, the engineers prefer the audio quality of the dual commander. That's why we never go into that field. But we might do in the future because, you know, finally they are doing a lot of R&D. I cannot say too much, but next year look out for something. All right, and this is what Audio Technica will be bringing a lot to the market. We are going different ways as compared to the other two S brands because they have different ideology compared to us. In Japan, we face a lot of interference also and a lot of limitation because of the RF in Japan is limited. So in Audio Technica wise, we are looking a lot more into other alternate frequency instead of UHF to provide the service that we can give for everybody. So just wait for that. We'll have a lot more interesting technology that will be available in the market. So in the next few years. Plus, we have to give broadcast quality audio for Olympic Games and all the MotoGP. So that's why you'll see a lot more technology coming in from Audio Technica. Yeah.
Jadi untuk menjawab pertanyaannya Mas David tadi, bisa ya Mas ya, Mas Karuna digrupkan. Bisa digrupkan dan juga ada yang bisa digrupkan ke dalam frekuensi backup juga. Dan itu bisa di switch dengan mudah ya, dengan one click juga tadi?
Betul, jadi setelah kita scan tadi kita bisa tentukan backup frekuensinya, kemudian untuk switchnya ke backup frekuensi dengan tombol di belakang. Ya Mas.
Termasuk kalkulasi intermodulasinya kalau kita pakai lebih dari satu wireless tadi ya, hitungin.
The software. Does the software also include the calculation for the
intermodulation
frequency? Does the software show us?
It will show you because what you see is only here, but this
is yeah.
See that can use. But intermodulation, if you have a scanner.
No, I mean if we use more than 3 or 5.
Okay. If you use more than 3 and 5, it will show you where is the intermod because you are using this to calculate. But when you're on scanning mode, it will show you where are all those little nonsense frequencies that's coming out from there. Yeah, because the purpose of having a software like this is to calculate everything and show you where to avoid first. Yeah. I don't think the rest of the other brands will show you the intermod. They will only don't allow you to use it. Yeah.
Jadi ditunjukkan intermodulation frekuensinya. Nah di tempat lain, Jinfo nggak yakin apakah itu ditunjukkan atau hanya sekedar, oh ini nggak bisa dipakai, gitu.
Oke, sudah terjawab Mas David. Masih ada pertanyaan berikutnya dari teman-teman? Oh, dari belakang, di sebelah sana.
Oke.
Saya minta tolong mic-nya. Oke, silakan Mas.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Nama saya Rio, mungkin bisa dibantu ditranslate ke Master Jinfo. Saya pengen bertanya secara general, ini kan kita membahas wireless ya. Terus tadi kalau nggak salah ada bahasan di mana sinyal itu kembali menjadi lebih bagus. Bener nggak sih? Ada nggak sih tadi bahasanya di belakang? Nah, secara general ngobrolin wireless ini, aku pengen bahas wireless gitar sebenarnya. Jadi waktu itu aku beli wireless murah lah. Cuman ketika dicek antara kabel dan wireless, kok sinyalnya bagusan pakai wireless. Lebih jelas dan lebih terang gitu. Itu kira-kira bagaimana bisa itu? Atau itu hanya ilusi aja apa gimana? Tapi itu benar-benar waktu tak coba secara secara langsung gitu antara kabel dan wireless, kok sinyalnya bagusan wireless. Okay. Mungkin bisa dijelaskan sama Master Jinfo. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Pak. So, there's a question regarding the compounding process.
Okay.
Our friend is buying the wireless system for guitar, but the result is between cable and wireless, the wireless is having the better signal. Lebih bagus ya Pak ya? Better signal, lebih bagus in terms of
Soundnya juga lebih jenis clarity and better sounding overall than the cable.
So with the wireless system, the sound is better than the cable. And
Wait,
you want to
what cable
know
is he
how is
using?
the explanation?
What cable are you using?
What cable? Pakai kabel apa Mas?
Ada kabel yang Jepangan itu yang noiseless cables itu yang
kabel-kabel pre-made.
Dijual di toko musik ada harganya cepean apa ya 200-an kayak gitu-gitu.
So he using the pre-made cable with I don't know which brand, but usually there's a pre-made cable, noiseless cable, noise guitar cable, noiseless guitar.
Okay, this is a very good question. Okay, so what happen wise, right, is that a lot of time when you use different cable, you have different tone. Okay, so clots have one different tone, Belden one tone, Canary another tone, GS6, all of them have different tone. All right. So when it comes to this wise, right, always remember if you're using the wireless, sometimes because of most of the wireless will sound brighter than the wired. If you use a wired mic and a wireless mic, the wireless mic will be slightly brighter because of the compending everything. Yeah. So some people like it, like you like it because you cut through more, correct?
Okay.
It sounds brighter, then you cut through a lot more. But of course, if you want to, some people don't like it. So what they do is that they will use the EQ pedal to change the EQ if they need to. So if let's say you're using your cable and your wireless and you want to match them, you can use a EQ pedal. But rule of the thumb, most of the time, most wireless will always sound slightly brighter compared to the wired version. Yeah, because of the security that's inside.
Oke, jadi jawabannya adalah setiap kabel ternyata punya karakter yang beda-beda. Kamu pakai kabel merek, tadi sebutkan merek Klotz, ada merek Canary juga, dia akan bawa karakter yang beda-beda juga. Dan kebetulan setelah Masnya pakai wirelessnya, ternyata karakter yang lebih bright sounding, yang lebih bright dan clarity-nya lebih nonjol itu ternyata Masnya lebih suka, lebih cocok di telinga daripada karakter yang kabelnya yang mungkin karakternya dia lebih sedikit dark atau mungkin ya pokoknya yang lebih prefer yang pakai itu lagi lah. Gitu.
Jadi terjawab gak Mas?
Berarti sinyal rumor sinyal wireless lebih buruk daripada sinyal kabel itu terbantahkan dong di sini.
Oke, kalau boleh saya recap, ini lebih bukan ke sinyal wireless lebih bagus dari sinyal kabel atau bagaimana. Tapi kita kembali lagi kepada proses compending tadi. Ketika suaranya keluar dari gitar masuk ke transmitter.
Yeah.
Kemudian dikompres. Kita bahasnya samakan di squeeze, di convert ada konversi di situ. Lalu dibawa oleh frekuensi radio. Gawat. Nah, pada waktu enkripsi ulangnya ini, pada waktu expansionnya, kita kan nggak tahu konversinya yang terjadi apa, samplingnya. Nah itu mungkin yang membuat di frekuensi rendah ada lossesnya, sehingga kita cenderung merasa lebih bright. Oh, less bass, jadi lebih bright. Nah, seringkali yang terjadi itu bukan karena kabelnya lebih jelek, kabel mungkin konten bassnya lebih gede. Nah itu yang terjadi.
Walaupun secara power itu juga lebih naik.
Betul.
Tetap karakternya itu ya.
Betul, karena itu bagian dari proses sampling. Nah itu yang membedakan, proses compending ini yang membedakan satu brand dengan brand yang lain. Apakah yang dibawa angka 10 yang keluar angka 10 atau yang dibawa angka 10 yang keluar 9,7. Itu yang membedakan.
Oke, terima
Jadi,
kasih.
10 dengan tinggi 1 meter atau 9,7 tingginya 1 meter. Nah, itu yang membedakan.
Iya,
Jadi
oke.
perbedaan color suara di situ.
Oke.
Kalau
Terima
boleh.
kasih untuk jawabannya. Cukup. Matur nuwun.
Sama-sama.
Apakah masih ada waktu untuk penanya lain atau sudah cukup? Oh sudah buka puas.
Sudah ada azan.
Iya sudah ada azan. Baiklah.
Gawat.
Kalau begitu saya kembalikan ke Mbak Artika Amelia.
Baik, terima kasih Mas dan juga rekan-rekan semuanya. Ini karena sudah azan maghrib, jadi mohon izin untuk bisa dibatalkan terlebih dahulu. Nanti kita juga akan menerima ada sama seperti kemarin yang akan teman-teman dapatkan. Monggo silahkan dibatalkan dulu karena setelah ini kita akan langsung untuk mengundi yang beruntung. Dan tentunya sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan, give applause untuk narasumber kita yang sangat luar biasa ini. Mungkin setelah ini pengen ngobrol-ngobrol atau di lain kesempatan kita bisa ngobrol lebih banyak lagi terkait mengenai teknis ini secara lebih luas dan juga lebih mendalam lagi. Baik, ini sepertinya kita langsung saja ya untuk mengundi yang selanjutnya sebelum nanti kita ke satu unit Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 Classic, kita ke 2 buah mikrofon Audio Technica ATR 1300 Dynamic Microphone. Wow, kemarin siapa yang sudah dapat? Oke, sudah dapat. Ada lagi? Harusnya 2 ya. Sekarang 2 orang yang beruntung. Kayaknya agak digeser dulu. Bisa nggak? Oke, sambil berdoa, semoga doanya mujarab gitu kan. Ini kan sudah berbuka puasa sambil berdoa mungkin dari tadi saat acara di awal sampai dengan akhir ada yang zikir. Semoga dapat ya, lumayan ya. Dapat mikrofon. Oke, untuk mikrofon yang pertama. Siapakah yang beruntung kita akan putar. Oke, tunggu. Stop. Namanya adalah Yuli Miardi. Wow, ada dia Mas Yuli. Oke, dari mana nih Mas Yuli? Solo. Mas bener kan? Aku tadi bilang apa? Ya, tapi emang bener gak bener, tapi emang biasanya saya gitu. Gak tahu kadang saya ngomong terucap dan alhamdulillah bener kan dapat. Ternyata rezekinya dia luar biasa Mas. Alhamdulillah. Oke, sebelah sini ya. Oke, karena saya, nutupin ya. Karena saya memang sudah kejadian beberapa kali saat nge-MC, kadang saya ngomong, Mas nanti kamu dapat, ternyata alhamdulillah dapat beneran. Oke, next yang berikutnya. Kita akan bilang stop ya. Tar, belum. Stop. Siapa yang beruntung? Agus Triyono. Mana Agus Triyono? Ada enggak? Enggak ada, kita hitung ya. 1, 2, 3. Hangus, oke. Baik, satu kesempatan lagi kita akan mencoba lagi. Putar. Pak Pandan bilang stop Pak. Siapa yang beruntung yang selanjutnya? Muharram Rizky Zulherahman. Waduh. Oke, silakan Mas. Waduh, alhamdulillah. Ini nih. Oke, Mr. Chenfu silakan untuk bisa memberikan. Oke. And now it's time for take a photo, take a picture. Baik, maju. Oke, foto ya. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi 1, 2, 3. Oke, baik. Terima kasih. Selamat ya. Aduh ya Allah. Saya beneran merinding loh. Karena beneran terucap dan beneran dia dapat gitu loh. Oke, jadi artinya apa? Artinya kalau berucap memang harus yang baik-baik. Oke, yang berikutnya. Aduh, siapakah yang akan beruntung untuk mendapatkan 1 unit Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 Classic? Wah. Kita akan putar ya. 1, 2, 3, putar. Oke, Pak Pandan sekali lagi Pak. Stop, kata Pak Pandan. Dan yang mendapatkan grand prize 1 unit Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 Classic adalah Bernardus Yovan. Waduh. Ini dari mana nih? Dari mana Mas?
Dari isi.
Dari isi, ya Allah nggak jauh-jauh ya. Oke, dari PFT juga? Bukan ya? Oh, dari isi dari apa? Prodi apa?
Teknologi.
Oke, sudah punya Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 Classic? Enggak, butuh nggak?
Butuh.
Oh, butuh, kalau nggak butuh nanti bisa dikasih yang lain. Oke, once again Mr. Jinfu bisa untuk memberikan ini, aduh langsung ini beneran nih. Waduh, langsung produknya loh ya. Oke, kita kasih tepuk tangan yang sangat luar biasa untuk pemenangnya. Dan Pak Pandan juga bisa bergabung untuk bisa berfoto. Wait, Pak Pandan akan bergabung di sini. Oke. Baik, inilah yang beruntung sangat luar biasa sekali. Dan semoga event-event seperti ini bisa terselenggara kembali dan juga banyak sekali door prize yang bisa diberikan untuk rekan-rekan semuanya. Baik, selamat untuk yang beruntung bisa kembali ke tempat Pak Pandan and also Mr. Jinfu. Stay here, stay on the stage Pak Pandan. Karena selanjutnya kita akan memberikan penghargaan. Please Pak Pandan give memento for the first to give for Mr. Jinfu from Pak Pandan selaku Kaprodi PFT ISI Yogyakarta yang akan diserahkan tentunya untuk Mr. Jinfu. Oke, baik, kita berikan tepuk tangan yang sangat luar biasa. Dan selanjutnya juga untuk perwakilan PT Kairos Multijaya, Mas Karuna juga bisa berkenan untuk bisa bergabung. Ini juga akan ada kenang-kenangan juga yang akan diberikan. Baik, dan Pak Febri mohon berkenan untuk juga bisa memberikan kenang-kenangan. Habis ini kayak kita foto bareng ya dengan menggunakan memento tersebut. Baik, ini dia dari PFT kepada PT Kairos Multijaya. Oke, berikan senyum terbaiknya. Oke, baik. Terima kasih, tetap ada di atas panggung. Pak Pandan bisa maju and also Mr. Jinfu. And once again kita akan berfoto bersama untuk mengabadikan gambar. Ini foto di bawah aja juga boleh. Oke, bawa satu-satu kali ya. Baik. Silakan untuk bisa berfoto, kemudian melihat ke kamera agak maju, posisi yang bagus. Oke. Kita lihat 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi 1, 2, 3. Oke, dan yang terakhir silakan rekan-rekan semua yuk bisa bergabung, kita akan berfoto bersama. Sebelum kita akan menutup perjumpaan kita hari ini, sembari nanti akan bisa mendapatkan makan untuk buka puasa ya. Silakan rekan-rekan sebelum keluar foto dulu ya. Foto dulu ya rekan-rekan semuanya. Loh. Baik, yuk boleh yuk kita sembari setelah ini akan menukarkan tentunya untuk ID card dengan makan. Kita akan berfoto bersama dan tentu saja terima kasih sekali untuk rekan-rekan semuanya yang sudah hadir di acara hari ini. Booth Kairos dan juga podcast experience juga bisa Anda nikmati di luar. Dan juga silahkan untuk bisa dikunjungi dan juga mendapatkan produk-produk terbaik dan juga insight-insight menarik di sana. Oke, semuanya yuk bisa bergabung di sini Mas. Agak geser Mas. Agak geser lagi, agak geser. Saya juga ingin berfoto di sini. Untuk rekan-rekan yang lain boleh kita bergabung. Posisinya seperti apa? Tolong fotografer untuk bisa mengkondisikan ya. Dan juga sekali lagi kita mengucapkan terima kasih untuk semua pembicara dan juga terima kasih untuk PT Kairos Multijaya, Audio Teknika Southeast Asia, ISI Yogyakarta, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Prodi EPFT dan Flash Production, apapun Communication dan juga RTV. Oke, sudah oke ini semuanya? Oke, kalau begitu kita akan lihat ke kamera. Untuk gaya yang pertama, gaya santai. 1, 2, 3. Baik, selanjutnya gaya bebas, boleh tangannya mau gimana aja, yang penting tidak menutupi muka temannya. Oke, kalau begitu sekali lagi 1, 2, 3 gaya bebas. Oke, baik, sekali lagi terima kasih untuk rekan-rekan dan juga Untuk para peserta workshop, silakan untuk bisa keluar dari ruangan ini dengan menukarkan ID card dengan makanan. Sekali lagi kami mengucapkan terima kasih untuk PT Kairos Multijaya, Audio Teknika Southeast Asia, ISI Yogyakarta, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Prodi PFT, dan juga Flash Production, apapun Communication dan juga RTV. Sekali lagi semoga untuk acara ini bisa bermanfaat untuk Anda semuanya. Kurang lebihnya saya mohon maaf, kita akan berjumpa kembali di event selanjutnya. Akhirnya saya Artika Amelia pamit undur diri, selamat sore dan sampai jumpa.
Hai, perkenalkan saya Dewa Pradista, persona virtual berbasis Artificial Intelligence D4 PFT, akan memperkenalkan program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi, Fakultas Seni Media Rekam, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Puji syukur, tahun ini Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi telah menerima mahasiswa baru angkatan pertama tahun ajaran 2023-2024. Semoga kedepannya kami bisa menjadi program studi yang mampu mengembangkan inovasi produksi film dan televisi yang unggul, berbasis pada kearifan lokal, seni, dan budaya Indonesia yang berfokus pada konten kreating. Program studi sarjana terapan produksi film dan televisi ini, merespon perkembangan industri, teknologi, pengetahuan dan keterampilan media baru yang berbasis pada ilmu pengetahuan film dan televisi. Mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang terampil dan kompeten di bidang audiovisual, untuk industri film, televisi dan media baru. Kemudian, berorientasi pada ranah media baru, dan berhubungan dengan industri konten kreating. Dan kami berada di lingkungan seni yang kondusif, untuk menjadi prodi yang berbasis pada seni budaya lokal dan nasional yaitu di Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Prodi D4 Produksi Film dan Televisi berfokus pada media baru dan konten kreating, dengan profil lulusan, sutradara, scriptwriter, penata kamera, penata artistik, penata suara, editor, dan konten kreator. Prodi Produksi Film dan Televisi bekerja sama dengan mitra industri telah menyusun pembelajaran pendidikan tinggi vokasi, sehingga kurikulum yang dibuat diharapkan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri di bidang produksi audiovisual dan konten kreating. Baik, sekian perkenalan dari kami. Jika ingin mencari tahu lebih jauh tentang kami, bisa kunjungi Instagram kami di @pft.isijogja, atau kunjungi web isi.ac.id, atau kunjungi halaman pendaftarannya di pmb.isi.ac.id. Terima kasih atas waktunya, semoga kita semua dalam keadaan yang sehat. Salam.